Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. And we are live on YouTube. Hey, YouTube family. Hope you all had a wonderful weekend. I know, looking like a mad woman this morning. Yeah, sometimes you just got to let your hair out. Let it do its thing. I don't know. I can't talk today. But Fanbase family, good morning. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. Ja, please tell me you are back to normal this morning.
No, I'm not back to normal, but I got a little voice. I got a better voice.
Yes, you sound way better. I'm liking it. You're getting there. Hope you got some rest.
It comes and goes. No, I had to break down and get some real medicine.
Oh, wow.
Had to go get the antibiotics.
That is the one the doctor prescribed for you?
I went to the urgent care.
Ooh.
Because I couldn't take the coughing anymore.
Right.
So they gave me some antibiotics and some other not over the counter, medically prescribed medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good. Well, just take it easy. I'm glad you did that. The antibiotics will take care of any possible infection that may be there. And what we definitely don't want is pneumonia. We don't want that at all.
Yeah, our natural stuff, it works, but there's some new strains of things right now that's just ignoring our natural healing properties,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have to still use both.
Yeah. And
I'm on the way to the office too.
I can tell.
So that
I can tell. I hear the background. I can tell. So you be safe on the roads and just have a good day. Take it easy. The thing we have to remember too with natural products or natural remedies, there's a thing called maintenance. These are things we have to do on a continual basis to build up our system and strengthen our system, So, but yeah, sometimes you have to get that help, that needed help. So I'm glad you were able to do that. AT morning, Marlon, morning. Happy Monday. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So last week, Fanbase, I noticed I was able to pin both the link and the watch party. So I'm not sure what's today. It's only allowing me to post one. I'm going to try again and see if we can have both pinned at the top of the page. Let's see if it will take it. Continue. Okay, so I pinned the link to the YouTube channel and it took away everything. So let's try this again. Work in progress. I hope we'll be able to do that later on at least. All right. We always start in the Caribbean corner, 25 minutes before the top of the hour. First up, IMF projects steady Morning, Mad Libran. Mad Libran is with us on YouTube. Oh, by the way, Mad Libran, madmusichouse.com. Please check out Mad Libran's YouTube channel. He has some awesome YouTube music mixes there. So that's Mad Libran, Libran. Yes, Mad Libran. And check out his catalog there, his mixes. All right. And subscribe to his channel. Subscribe to Mad Libran's YouTube channel as well. All right. So let's go ahead and get into it. IMF projects steady 2.4% growth for the Caribbean in 2025. This article courtesy of Caribbean.loopnews.com. Listen, this just popped up on my screen. Kendrick Lamar's performance. No, I did not watch a Super Bowl. I did not. I didn't even watch the halftime show. I did not. But I've been seeing a lot of clips on social media. So this morning I go on YouTube and boom, the first thing I see is NFL reposting the performance, the Kendrick Lamar performance. Let me tell you something, 10 million views overnight. The So I want to talk about that in a little bit, but this just popped up. Kendrick Lamar performs Drake diss at Super Bowl halftime show. Now I have not been keeping up. I have, with the entertainment scene like I used to. So I don't know what the issue is with Kendrick Lamar and Drake. Clueless. But I guess through the article that just popped up, I will learn. All right. I will learn what's going on. And all this dissing, is it real or is it just for entertainment, right?
I think it's a little bit of both,
Okay.
but it's one of those things like when you come for someone that's quiet and then they body you and now you get upset.
Okay. All right. I feel you. Yeah, a lot of people like to do that. They want to come for you and then, poke the bear. And then when the bear responds, they're like, what the hell happened? All right. So we'll get into it. We'll definitely get into it. So back to this article. According to Caribbean.loopnews.com, the IMF's growth projection for the Caribbean was revealed by Communications Director Julie Kozak at a media conference in Washington, D.C. on February 6. Kozak said the Caribbean experienced a rapid recovery after the coronavirus pandemic with real, not fake, real GDP growth in the region apart from Guyana and Haiti being estimated at 2.2% for 2023 and 2.4% for 2024. Broadly speaking, there are sort of two groups. Really? That's how we said it? Okay, I got it. Hey, James, morning. Broadly speaking, there are okay, I can't read the sentence that's poorly constructed. I'm sorry. So let me just put it in my own words. Broadly speaking, there are two groups of countries in the Caribbean. So we look at tourism dependent countries or economies, and there we see that growth in tourism economies has slowed as tourism arrivals have returned to pre pandemic levels. And then for commodity exporting countries, they have faced challenges in the energy sector, but have overall benefited from robust performance in their non energy sector, and that has been driven by supportive and economic policies. Kozak said inflation in the region has been moderate, mainly due to lower global commodity prices and the easing of supply chain distributions. She went on to add that the IMF expects inflation figures to remain moderate in the years to come. Teams from the IMF will visit several Caribbean countries in the coming months to conduct their Article 4 consultations to assess the state of the economy. The assessments will provide a clear view of the economic situation in each country, along with projected growth. All right. Well, I guess overall it's good news that the IMF is projecting a steady 2.4% growth for the Caribbean. So we are looking to see all countries excel, do well, whatever your area is, tourism, exports, whatever. We want to see everybody in the Caribbean win. And you see, you Beanie, listen, don't bother with it. Was it last year or the year before we had the issue with Major Hype and Guyana, whether it's chicken curry or curry chicken? We don't want a problem. Oh, I was gonna say something, but let me backtrack about the dog that eat doubles. Listen. I'm swallowing real hard on that one so I don't get myself in trouble. But dogs do eat doubles, Beanie. So you may want to question if it's because your spirit, all right? Because dogs have a, can have a spiritual connection with you, you know. If a dog don't like you, know, them not gonna eat from you. I could have stray dog or a house dog. Yeah, dog, it don't matter. Yeah. Dogs have a sixth sense too. Me like that song that James, by the way. And if y'all want to know what I'm talking about, please go check out James's YouTube channel, Carib 21 Network. That one had me cracking the heck up. Yeah, but if you don't know what we're talking about, so Beanie Man did an interview. I forgot the name of the show he was on, but you touched down in the US. You got to do that interview. Number one, I found the whole thing a little distasteful, in my opinion. I don't know what the rules and regulations are for these podcasters, but drink champs. That is what it is. Drink champs. And number one, the smoking. Number two, you're inebriated. You were clearly inebriated because you were out of sorts. And I thought that was a poor representation of Jamaica. That was and you have the name doctor. You have a doctorate. You were bestowed the title of doctor. Come on. Plus, you are also what is the order that was given to him on Heroes Day? Is it OJ OD? I don't know, but you have one of them. There's something that attached to you as well. If you're going to be on the international platform, please showcase Jamaica in a positive light, especially when we talk about dance hall. I know I've digressed, but you know, I have to say what I have to say. Um, so apparently he has apologized, but some Trin is not letting it go. How you fit this the people them doubles? Hey. Oh, Tada. But if anyone is going to do an interview on an international or on a platform, well, in today's day and age, every platform is global. It don't matter where in the world you are. Every platform is now global. And whatever you put out, you can't take back. You can't retract. You are drunk. And I want to say something to the people of drink. Well, can't drink champs or whatever I want to name. You should never have aired that. You should not have allowed him to come on set in that state. And then the throwing around, where Jamaicans start throw around the N word. When did it become a part of our culture? Everything in a Jamaica we love sup up. Everything then do a foreign we take it up. Can we put the N word down, please? It is not a part of our Jamaican culture. It is not a part of our vocabulary. It doesn't have a good connotation. It doesn't sound good. It is unbecoming. Please remove it from your vocabulary. He on the show, he talking about end this and end that. Come on. That's not who we are as a people. Go right ahead, James.
Yeah,
Morning.
morning. Yeah, I think that's what the show is all about. Drink champs, right? They go viral every time that, because remember, Buju Banton went viral for the Afrobeat thing, right?
Oh, it was on that platform?
The same platform, yeah. So now Vibes Cartel is on it. They preview. They asked Vibes Cartel the same thing about the doubles, and he was kind of clowning Beanie Man. So they use that as a preview. So it's one of those type of show that they try to go viral. So I think Vibes Cartel interview is coming up in the next couple of weeks. But Beanie Man has never been good at interview. And a lot of these, the same way like you need athletes, musicians, like they need to be trained how to be properly interviewed.
Mm-hmm.
And for the 40 years he's been in business, he's been an entertainer, is not a good interviewer. And that was, because that wasn't the only thing. Like, everything that he said, and that was the worst interview I've ever watched. Like, I was, like, and it was like 2 hours.
I
was
couldn't
like,
even watch it. It was
yeah,
distasteful.
yeah, no, I was cringing when I was watching it. And he didn't show up drunk. He got there drunk. He got drunk on the set, because that's what it's all about. They take shots and they drink right throughout the set. So,
But you have to know your limits. You have to know your
yeah,
limits. It's, you know what it is, James. When I don't know if this is the right scenario to use, but you know, when there are company events, right? Say, for example, there's a company banquet, and of course, alcohol is going to be there. You have to know that when you show up at these events and there's alcohol, know your limits. If you know you cannot manage your alcohol, it is best to stay away from it. Because I guarantee you, if you drink and you end up behaving out of character, you are going to be in HR the next when work resumes. You are going to be the person that is talked about. We have to know how to conduct ourselves. You are at work. Technically, he was at work, James. Doing an interview, he was at work. Okay, take a one shot, fine. Or take a sip. You know, or make them put less in your cup or something. We all know our limits. And you know when your head start to feel a little woozy, you know. But I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't want him to represent to it.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah. I don't think it's alcohol per se. I just think I've noticed since Vibes Cartel came out of prison, Beenie Man is kind of going crazy. And no, seriously. And with the whole dancer, king of dancehall and stuff like that. Sorry, like he's just going crazy with that. And I don't know why, because like Yellow Man never went crazy when Beenie Man come and inserted himself. Because remember, Yellow Man was crowned, right?
Right.
A Yellow Man was crowned by Barry G back in the I think 80s, late 80s, early 90s. He was crowned.
Mm-hmm.
And if we want to put it, Yellow Man have achieved a lot, and he has pretty much built what is now dancehall.
Mm-hmm.
But Beenie Man never have a problem jumping in and taking over. Say like he's the king of dancehall, and then going against Yellow Man, like throwing shades at Yellow Man and stuff like that. So the same thing happened to him now when Vibes Cartel come and take over now and did the same thing to him, what he did to Yellow Man. And now, since Vibes Cartel came out of prison, he's just kind of losing his mind. So it's more than alcohol. You know, like people say when you drink and you get inebriated,
The truth
the,
come
the
out.
truth come out. So
Yeah.
it's not the alcohol. I'm not going to blame it on the alcohol. It's just him.
Yeah. Yeah. The truth came out. Hold on. I said I'm looking at the chat. Looking at the chat. Okay. All right. So you know what is bothering him, James? I'm gonna say this and then we move on. You know what's bothering him? I think that video that his daughter did, the live that she did, what's her name? Desha, not sure how her name is pronounced, where, you know, she was talking about how, imagine Vibes Cartel daughter can't even drive but him buy her a car, and how he treats his children. You would expect better. That's the essence of it. I think that's about him. I think that's it. That is what is bothering him. But anyway, let's keep it moving. Next article, upcoming CARICOM heads of government meeting to assess rapidly changing global landscape. And this article is courtesy of Barbados Today.bb. The Secretary General of the Caribbean Community CARICOM, Dr. Carla Barnett, says regional heads of government will assess challenges arising in the rapidly changing global context when they meet in Barbados February 19 to 21 for the 48th regular meeting. In a message on the meeting's webpage, Barnett stated that the community will seek to devise solutions that advance regional integration and economic and social development. The Secretary General said CARICOM Chair Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados will lead discussions on the progress being made on critical areas to our survival and growth, such as climate change, food and nutrition security, transportation, and the free movement of CARICOM nationals in the region. She noted that the theme of the meeting, Strength in Unity, Forging Caribbean Resilience, Inclusive Growth, and Sustainable Development, reflects CARICOM's awareness that its gains were under threat. This focus reflects our awareness that gains in economic integration, foreign policy coordination, and human and social development are under threat from climate change, crime and violence, and increasing global instability. CARICOM's response, she added, requires coordination, collaboration, and partnerships. So this seems to be the conversation lately, quite a bit. I don't know if people are listening to us because it's a conversation we've had here several times on Coffee and Toe, and I want to say throughout 2023 and 2024 for certain. You know, the unity, we need unity, we need coordination, we need development, we need to be able to work together. That's the only way we're going to be able to advance as a region. No one island can do it independently, right? We're stronger together. So let's see what comes out of this initiative. All right, next up, CARICOM remains a key advocate for Haiti. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, and I just realized I did not put up the ticker to show which articles we're talking about. All right, so according to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, the Caribbean community, CARICOM, remains committed to supporting Haiti, advocating for increased international funding for security and humanitarian relief, according to Assistant Secretary General for Foreign and Community Relations, Elizabeth Solomon. Speaking ahead of the 48th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM, scheduled for February 19 to 21 in Bridgetown, Barbados, ASG Solomon emphasized that Haiti remains a priority on the agenda. While acknowledging the persistent challenges in Haiti, Solomon highlighted significant progress since the establishment of the transitional government. She said, positive things have happened since the transitional government was put in place. Yes, there are still challenges, there's no denying that, but there is forward movement, and CARICOM will discuss how best to continue its support. A major milestone in CARICOM's assistance has been the formation of the Transitional Presidential Council, a key step in fostering Haitian-led solutions to the country's crisis. This followed the high-level meeting on Haiti convened by CARICOM in Jamaica on March 11, 2024, where Haitian stakeholders collectively committed to a peaceful political transition, security measures, and a roadmap to free and fair elections. And I think elections are coming up in November now, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what was said. With Haiti's future at a pivotal moment, CARICOM leaders will use the upcoming Bridgetown meeting to reassess and reinforce their commitment to the country's stability and democratic transition. All right, next up, we head on over to Jamaica for a couple stories here. First up, Jamaica to boost scanning capabilities at ports to target gun smuggling. Haven't I been asking for this? I have been begging for this to happen because that is the only way we are going to be able to have some sort of control when we talk about the guns coming into the country, because of course Jamaica don't make guns. All right, let's go ahead and get into this article courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. Prime Minister Andrew Holness says the government will be procuring more scanning machines to be installed at the island's ports. It's one of several investments being considered to stem the flow of illegal firearms into the country. The Prime Minister was speaking at the National Security Council seminar on Thursday. Here is more in this report from Shaloy Smyko.
According to Prime Minister Holness, more than 80% of the country's homicides are committed using illegal firearms. He says a majority of those guns are being illegally imported from the United States by Jamaicans living overseas.
Jamaican gangs and other bad actors import the tools of their violent trade through our porous borders via connections they have cultivated and maintained in other jurisdictions. Another interesting statistic to consider is that the civilian ownership of guns in Jamaica is about 8.8 per 100. These guns, as we know, originate from outside our borders and chiefly from the United States. Between 2013 and 2023, 70% of the guns recovered came to Jamaica via the US. But the data also reveals that a great portion of the individuals who purchased those guns in the United States, in states such as Florida and Georgia, were Jamaican born.
He says this gang network must be dismantled. Making mention of the recent spate of mass shootings, the Prime Minister asserted that if Jamaica is to solve its gang problem, it must deal with the guns coming into the country. To that effect, he says a directive has been given to the Customs Agency to ensure a full rollout of scanners at ports.
Now we're going to make a significant investment in ensuring that we have all the scanners in our ports so that a higher percentage of containers and goods coming into Jamaica can be appropriately scanned. We have given a directive to the Customs Agency to ensure that there is, through various public-private partnership modalities, that there is a full rollout of all the scanners we need for all our formal ports of entry. We will take responsibility for stopping the illegal guns coming into Jamaica.
Additionally, the Prime Minister says other investments are being considered to curb the inflow of illegal guns.
Our security policy has been to take responsibility for our own security. Make the investment in a maritime patrol aircraft, and we're going to make the investment in a second one. Make the investments in our offshore patrol vessels, which we have built out, and we're going to make more investments in that. Make the investments in our radars, which we have done.
Shaloy Michael for Nationwide News.
I don't know if I was the only one who heard, but I seem to have some interesting data. So is it that there's a check-in, check-out system for them to be able to acquire this data? How are they able to know exactly the number or the percentage of guns and ammunition? Where exactly they're sourced from? How are they able to ascertain that information?
The trend comes after by the serial numbers, and it says 70% of the people that was detained. So they're looking at the guns that they receive. The large percentage of it could be traced back to the US. They have serial numbers and so on.
Okay. Thank you. Because I was wondering, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Morning, by the way. Go ahead, John. No, you had opened your mic.
No, go ahead. He said what I was going to say.
Okay. All right. All right. In our next article, lawmakers contemplating revoking Jamaican citizenship under special circumstances. Okay, Jamaica. All right, folks, and I don't want losing a Jamaican citizenship, so please be very careful. Let's go ahead and read this article. And this one comes to us courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. Lawmakers are contemplating the possibility of having Jamaican citizenship revoked in specific circumstances. The topic came up for discussion during Thursday's sitting of a joint select committee reviewing legislation to transform Jamaica into a republic. Here is Siobhan Campbell to tell us more.
Government lawmakers are pressing on with their attempts to transform Jamaica into a republic. This is despite the unwillingness of the opposition to take part, leaving the ability to complete the process in doubt. However, at the fourth meeting of the Joint Select Committee, important matters of citizenship and the qualification of Commonwealth citizens came up for discussion. Government Senator and King's Counsel Ransford Braham queried Committee Chairman Marlene Malahoo Fort if contemplation is being given to allow the government to revoke or withdraw Jamaican citizenship under specific circumstances.
Did we consider, Chairman, and I know this is a carryover from the previous provision, so we have 3 categories of citizenship that once you get it, you cannot lose it. Whether or not there could be any circumstances where, say by marriage or birth, descent and so on, that you could lose the citizenship. And I'm not saying that you should. I just wondered whether any thought has been given to a circumstance that it may be in the interest of the country or anything like that, or it is just a matter that the policy is that we will guarantee citizenship for all these three categories regardless. And I'm emphasizing that at this stage, I am not recommending that anybody lose their citizenship.
Mrs. Malahoo Ford suggested the issue should be contemplated along with similar concerns raised about Commonwealth citizenship and Jamaican lineage.
On occasions when I had consultations with the Jamaicans living abroad, facilitated through our embassy in Washington and our consulate, the question was raised about the need for clarity on the requirements for citizenship by descent. And I'm now thinking that maybe this provision or the other provision may also, subsection 2 of the proposed 8 should not only see to a process, any other process, well, it says that may be deprived of citizenship, not just the deprivation issue, but the empowerment of Parliament to make the laws in respect of the acquisition by descent.
Minister Malahoo Ford says there are clear gaps surrounding nationality in the Jamaican Constitution which needed to be addressed. The Legal Affairs Minister noted that while Jamaican citizenship is not currently coveted by many, as the country's stock rises, it's important to address these concerns for the future.
The issue was raised in the CRC, and certainly it has been raised elsewhere. We're not legislating only for today, and we know that our circumstances are improving, and it is our hope that we will realize our goal of making Jamaica the desired place to live, work, raise family, and even retire. But it doesn't mean you have to retire with citizenship, as long as you meet residential requirements and you make your contribution to the society.
Mrs. Malahoo Ford says the Ministry of National Security will be brought in to discuss the matter. Siobhan Campbell for Nationwide News.
Okay, I guess every country now is on the citizenship birthright, this, that, what bandwagon, no. Okay, I'll keep it moving. Next up, Jamaica and U.S. strengthen security ties with customs agreement. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Jamaica is on the brink of a major security boost as the government finalizes a customs mutual assistance agreement with the United States Customs and Border Protection Agency. This historic pact will allow both nations to exchange critical customs intelligence, tightening border security, disrupting transnational crime, and protecting vital economic interests. The Prime Minister, Mr. Holness, announced the agreement during a National Security Council seminar, which was held in Kingston on Thursday, emphasizing that intelligence sharing is no longer optional in the fight against organized crime. Criminal networks are evolving faster than governments, adapting to enforcement measures and exploiting gaps in security. This agreement brings us one step closer to dismantling those threats before they reach our shores. Beyond customs, the Prime Minister stressed the urgency of a regional intelligence sharing mechanism across the Caribbean, enabling real-time tracking of arms, narcotics, and criminal activity. He also called for greater investment in maritime and border security, noting that many Caribbean nations lack the naval and aerial surveillance needed to police their waters effectively. Of course, with criminals increasingly using cyber networks, encrypted communication, and cryptocurrency to evade detection, Holness underscored the need to modernize law enforcement with AI-driven surveillance, cyber intelligence, and advanced analytics. All right, so let me ask you a question. So these Jamaicans, whether they're in Jamaica, across the Caribbean, in the diaspora, wherever they are, if they are so, because they clearly they're highly intelligent to be able to run an organized crime entity business, why them can't take that same ability and talent and use it for good. They have learned how to navigate the digital space clearly. Cyber networks, encrypted communication, cryptocurrency. These people are very bright and talented. Can we use our talents for good? Why must we use it for bad? Oh man, this sound like some movie thing. When I read this, it sound like our movie. May I watch? We can do better. Because at the end of the day, history has proven over and over again that a life of crime never ends well. It does not. And those of you who want to become, what you call it, career criminals, you are shortening your lifespan. Let me put it that way. You might get away today, but they're going to catch you tomorrow. Them have a saying, long run, short catch. It's only a matter of time before your freedom is taken away from you. It's only a matter of time before you lose the ability to be a part of this network. Let us think differently. Let us move differently. Please, folks, it's not worth it. May look good now because you can afford to do this, that, and the other, be decked, donned out in the latest, this, that, and the other. But it's only for a short time. Only for a short time. All right. Our next article, we head on over to Trinidad and Tobago. Ghana gives Trinidad and Tobago 10,000 yam seeds. All right. So get to planting, folks. Get to planting. Never know so them grow yam at Trinidad and Tobago. Now, what was I thinking? Of course, yam can grow anywhere in the tropics, right? So according to citynewsroom.com, Trinidad and Tobago is beginning to reap the benefits of Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley's visit to Ghana, as the West African country recently gifted the country with 10,000 yam seeds. According to Dr. Rowley, the gift of yams will hopefully play a part in improving local diets and reducing the country's billion-dollar food import bill. But, he said, this can only be achieved if citizens consume it over other imported products. Speaking at the Tucker Valley Shade House, Chagaramas Agricultural Park, Rowley said the intention was to multiply and propagate the species into the farming community. I'm liking this. He said recently they received a gift from Dr. Mitchell at the Ghanaian authorities, 10,000 units of planting material of 4 varieties of yams. So we are introducing those varieties into Trinidad and Tobago now. He said he is particularly pleased to associate his office and himself with the initiative because he believes that it will have far-reaching contributions to something that is talked about a lot, and how it will reduce the Ford import bill. Yes, that is important. And I'm glad to see him making moves that way. Planting it is one thing, consuming it is another. We implore the folks of Trinidad and Tobago to do that. Go ahead, Ja.
Is it me, or I didn't know that a potato had a seed?
I didn't know either. I learned that today.
Wow.
I did not know that either. Didn't know.
But it's beautiful that we're starting to exchange commerce.
Yeah.
Is that the right word to use?
I would say so.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
yeah, it's a form of commerce. It is a form of commerce,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that too. Yeah, I learned that. I thought it was slips, and I don't know what a potato slip look like. I don't know if this is the same thing as a potato slip jar. When I don't know if you have ever put down a sweet potato or an Irish potato and you start to see it sprout. Is that what they
Yeah.
refer to
Yeah,
as a
they
slip?
sprout.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because I know that part of it, but I never knew a seed come from it. But most of the time when it sprout, you either cut it off, eat it, or you bury it to actually make more potatoes.
Right.
It's a yam, or it's not a potato.
So, but yam can do the same thing too, because I've seen
Yeah,
like,
but you have yam vines that create seeds, you know?
oh, didn't know.
There are different types of
What
them.
did he say? I didn't hear him.
Say it
There are
again,
yam
Mr.
vines
Prince.
that create seeds. There are some yam vine that create seeds that you could plant. So not all yams you plant just from the yam itself, the yam head. There are some yams that create seeds. So maybe it's that variety, I'm not sure.
Okay, awesome. Good. I'm here for it. Yay. Here for it, here for it, here for it. That's awesome. And I appreciate Ghana doing that exchange. I know they eat a lot of pounded yam over there in Ghana. I like the white yam, the soft one, when you crush that and you put cheese on it, crush it with a little butter, and you add some cheese and you bake that like you would do mac and cheese. Even yellow yam. Yellow yam is another one. If it has that nice dry texture, you can cook that, crush
Mm.
it, put it with
The whole
cheese.
idea is good,
Go ahead, go
and
ahead, go ahead.
it's all good, and it's a good PR stuff. But I mean, I don't see why we could not have been paying more attention to things like planting yams and potatoes and stuff that can be easily done, even outside of the importation. We could have done. We could do much more, but it's a step in the right direction
Mm-hmm.
to pay attention to how we plant and how we feed ourselves, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So we could do much, much more. Even
Yeah.
within the region, I'm sure you could get a lot of this stuff that we could swap out and stuff like that. But anyhow,
We at least we're making strides, Mr. President, right? Them say better late than never. So we will embrace the efforts being embarked upon, and we just look forward to having more done. All right. All right, let's keep it moving. Next article. ISA Trust Foundation brings U.S. medical team to train neonatal nurses in Jamaica. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. From February 28 to March 14, 2025, the ISA Trust Foundation will lead a specialized neonatal training mission in Jamaica, aimed at improving care for premature and critically ill newborns. The Neonatal Nurses Essential Training and Skills Program will be conducted by a team of doctors and nurses from Connecticut Children's Hospital under the leadership of Dr. Naveed Hussain. The initiative will be carried out in partnership with Dr. Samantha Walker at Victoria Jubilee Hospital, which is Jamaica's largest maternity hospital, with additional support from the Southeast Regional Health Authority. With a shortage of specialized neonatal nurses, many premature and sick newborns in Jamaica remain at risk, prompting this collaborative effort to provide critical training. The program will focus on Victoria Jubilee Hospital, which serves as the main referral center for severely ill neonates across the island, particularly where those who are transferred from hospitals in Savannah Lamar and St. Anne's Bay, where critical care resources are limited. Diane Pollard, president of the ISA Trust Foundation, emphasized the foundation's impact on neonatal care in Jamaica, stating, the ISA Trust Foundation changed the landscape of neonatal care in Jamaica by equipping St. Anne's Bay and Anato Bay hospitals with critical care resources and training, saving countless newborn lives and lowering mortality rates by 40%. The mission underscores the foundation's ongoing commitment to strengthening Jamaica's healthcare infrastructure and ensuring that newborns receive life-saving care. So I want to give a round of applause to the ISA Foundation for that. Thank you so much. It is important that these things, our healthcare system, especially for our newborns, is brought up to speed. However, I think it's a shame, in my opinion, for the Ministry of Health that a foundation has to take on this initiative. Is it that, you know what, let me stop. Because I'm sure the monies are there, the money is there to do it. It's just a matter of what is deemed priority. And every time I see stories like this, I have to say, I reflect on something Mr. President had said about a particular country in Africa where the leader of that nation said no politician can leave to get health care, take their health needs taken care of outside of the country. They have to stay and take care of it. And that led them to fix the healthcare sector within their country. And I have said this, probably Jamaica needs a page out of that book. Because when you don't have to use something, chances are you're not going to care about the other folks who have to rely upon it. Go ahead, Mr. President.
That was Magufuli in Tanzania.
Right.
He also had stopped a lot of the foreign diplomatic travels and tell people to use Zoom meeting. He banned luxury cars in Parliament, no BMWs, use a Toyota, etc. He did a lot of transformative things. Well, basic things that we should be doing. It really helped the country, but he didn't last too long. Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise indeed. Why should we be surprised? You know? Yeah. A lot. So yesterday, we went to church yesterday, and our priest spoke about a convention that priests and ministers, so on and so forth, attend. A convention, yes, a convention. And there are certain principles that are taught there, and or four truths specifically that are taught there. And those four truths should be the foundation upon which ministers and anyone who is a member of the cloth goes out and evangelizes, right? And evangelism embodies spreading good news, not instilling fear in people. So later on in the day, hold on a second. What is going on here? Okay, so later on in the day, Marlon says to me, oh, just like how them have the school, quote unquote, that members of the cloth go to and learn basic things, clearly, then I have to support what you say, that there must be a school for politicians, right? Once you decide to become a politician and once you are in the realm of being a politician, in the political realm, there are certain rules you abide by, because every politician, for the most part, operate the same way. They have this train of thought. Before they get in, it's all about the people. Once they get in, less about the people. You throw scraps to the people and it becomes about you, the individual. And it's like a country club. Like a country club.
Woof, woof.
That dog sound hungry, Adesoji. Whip up like a turn cornmeal with some chicken back and crush the bones and give it to the dog, please. That woof woof no sound. That not even sound like one little dog will stay by the door. Please take better care of your animals, Adesoji. You know. The turn cornmeal, like if the dog no want chicken back, you can open up a can of sardine and mix it up in there for the dog, okay?
Were you talking about the Ghanaian? Good afternoon, by the way. Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's day 20. Yes, good afternoon. It's day 20. Yeah, because some of us are sad like that, and we count down the days for you guys.
I think
it's day 10.
You're okay because you sound a little despondent. You don't sound like you are.
No. Far from it.
Sounds like you're under the weather. Is it gloomy over there?
Well, it's a bit chilly. It's about a degree. Yes, we're due to get a bout of snow this evening. So yes, we're hunkered down. You know, tea and chamomile teas and His Majesty's coffee will keep us, taking over.
Is it Ethiopian coffee?
No. We're British. We don't do such things. Sorry. No. British coffee, yes. Yeah, you were speaking about the directive the Ghanaian president gave. Is that what I walked in on?
Oh, the one you walked in on was the ISA Trust Foundation brings medical team to train neonatal nurses in Jamaica. And I was...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one about Ghana we had prior was with regard to Ghana gifting Trinidad and Tobago 10,000 yam seeds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yam exchange.
In our next article, St. Vincent and the Grenadines launches first SVG sailing week. We are dogging at the islands, our features, travel, and lifestyle segment. So, according to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, when I read this yesterday, I said, me not live at all. My life's sad, dull, and boring. Me need to start live. I need to buy a lotto ticket, by the way. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is set to debut its first ever sailing week, a premier week-long celebration of sailing, culture, and maritime heritage, running from April 13 to 21 of 2025. The highly anticipated event expands on the legacy of the renowned Bekia Easter Regatta, transforming it into a multi-island sailing experience that will draw competitive sailors, yachting enthusiasts, and travelers from around the world. The regatta will begin on the mainland and take participants on a breathtaking voyage through the Grenadines' pristine islands and keys, offering world-class coastal and inter-island racing against a stunning backdrop of volcanic landscapes and turquoise waters. Key race destinations include Meru, Canuan, Union Island, and Bekia, ensuring a thrilling experience for competitors and spectators alike. Minister of Tourism, Civil Aviation, Sustainable Development and Culture, Carlos James, described the event as a game changer for SVG's tourism industry. SVG Sailing Week is more than just a regatta. It's an opportunity to showcase our island as a premier sailing destination. With our unmatched natural beauty and deep maritime heritage, we are positioning St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a must visit for global sailors and adventure seekers alike. Good, good for you, SVG. I don't know if I'll be able to afford to go to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
They said they were celebrating what? A sailing week.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
No, I just checked my geography. St. Grenadines is an island, isn't it?
St. Vincent and the Grenadines, yes.
They're both islands,
Caribbean,
right?
in the Eastern Caribbean, yes.
Okay, and I will think on a day-to-day basis, the people who get around said islands use the boats, don't they?
Yes.
So why do we have to take out a special day to celebrate the fact that we're doing what we normally would do?
Come on, this is not for us. This is for the rich.
Thank you. That is the point I wanted you to tell me.
Come on.
That's what I was waiting for. It was when you said regatta, I can understand that. That is us. That's we getting on our canoes, paddling across the rivers, using all the tributaries to get to where we need to get to. But the moment you put sailing and yachting, you've changed the demographics completely. So that was why I was, my thinking emoji was like, is she still talking to us?
Yeah, but I don't think, hold on a second. I think you don't have to be rich though, because a regatta typically isn't that it's a boat race, and you can have different types of boat races. So
yeah,
it can be canoes, it can be small.
That is open.
Sailboats, power boats, speed boats.
Yeah, grammar boats. That is open to everyone. But the moment you put the word sailing, and yachting, and then you then say, oh, by the way, this is to the whole world. We're talking now the new language. Are you?
Come on. Step up. Go ahead, James. Step up. Come on. Step up. There's, we want to introduce people to the finer things of life.
Yes, so the reality is that St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been one of the pretty much the top sailing destination in the Caribbean for decades.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, most people couldn't access. So a lot of people would sail from Florida and other places. So sailing was pretty much like a rich man's sport. So I think with launching the sailing week now, they're opening it up to regular people, because the reality is, our people, Black people, it's not just money is an issue with sailing. We don't like open water. Trust me. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines, if you go from one island, say from St. Vincent to one of the other, Mustique or one of those islands, you are out in the middle of the ocean and you're not seeing anything. You're just on a little boat in the middle of nowhere and you're not seeing anything. We are not that brave. We've seen like families from Florida, from different places, sail by themselves, like 2-3 people out in the middle of the ocean, where like if anything happened, they're doomed. But we that's not our thing. But the reality is that sailing has been a big thing. And yes, the rich and the famous are the ones that normally sail, and some of the we call them thrill seekers, like they don't care about their lives or whatever. But yeah, I think it's a good thing that they're opening it up, because it's a big part of tourism. I prefer that than cruise ship.
Yeah, me too, James. I'm with you on that. I'm here for it. I'm here.
Big time more than cruise ship. And no, because like to be honest, I'm afraid of the open sea. Like I'm afraid of that. Like, and even when I was in Bermuda, we did everything on the boat, and whenever like strip club is on the boat, gambling is on the boat, everything is on the boat, parties on the boat, like everything. And when people say like, James, come, let's go party, I'm like, nope. If I can't feel like, okay, I want to go home now and just jump in my car, I'm not doing it. Because when you're out in the middle of the sea, you can't just leave whenever you want. So, but it's a good thing though. It's a good thing.
It's good for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Okay, if you're looking at St. Vincent and the Grenadines, remember St. Vincent is the main island, and the Grenadines is a chain of islands to go all the way down to Grenada, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some they take from us, but that's not the point. So if you look at the culture on the island itself,
yeah,
I know on mainland most of us say, oh, we're afraid of the sea and open sea and stuff. Literally on these islands, people are like fish. You grow up in the sea, you're fish, the fishermen, and so the whole aquatic culture is totally different. The regatta has been established for a number of years now, okay? And it does not, the sailing part is the catch, but it's a festival that attracts a lot of different events around the water sport and all the different stuff. The yachting and sailing stuff is where the international sailors come in. And they even have a lot of locals that is part of the crew of different sailing vessels there.
Mm-hmm.
But the festival as a whole, to me, is more encompassing than we think, because a lot of vendors, there is a lot of people that makes money. There are people from other islands that, for instance, neighboring islands that go over to the regatta and the festival. So it's a good thing. It's not just about sailing. Sailing is the highlight, and that is what they push, because that's where I guess the big money guys are, and that's where the big prizes are and the big sponsorships are. But the regatta on a whole is just a big festival. So it's not just about the sailing. And it's a good thing. And if you look at the islands, as Adesoji said, they are close. So people move from the island to island easily.
Mm-hmm.
There are daily routine and stuff like that. And as James said, being afraid, from my experience and from what I understand, your people in the Grenadines, man, they will go to Miami on a speedboat. So they're not afraid. Trust me.
Yeah, we have to look at all the benefits to it. Yes, I mean, typically, sailing is classified as a rich man's sport. However, a lot of things are classified as rich man's sports. However, let's look at what the community stands to benefit as a whole. So, St. Vincent is becoming expensive. Clearly,
Momis,
a
one of the things,
playground for the rich, the wealthy, kind of like Martinique, no? St. Bart's. Yeah, go ahead, James. Sorry.
yeah, one of the things that we don't appreciate also is like the underwater events like snorkeling and stuff like that, deep sea diving. Like, if you have a chance, just look at some footage. Go on YouTube and look at some footage of the underwater life in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Like, I guarantee, like, you go like, say, 20, 30 miles out of mainland,
Mm-hmm.
and you dive, and you literally, like, since when I moved to Bermuda, I've learned that everything that we have on Earth,
Mm-hmm.
there's something under the sea similar to it. We have seahorses, we have sea dogs, we have, like, there's everything that you can think of, and there are like millions of different species under the earth, under the sea. And if you're brave enough to go deep sea diving, like, it's like a breathtaking type of thing under, as I said, under the ocean. So, like, it's amazing. And yeah, like, take advantage of it. As I said, like, I prefer this way more than the cruise ship industry, because the cruise ship industry to me is doing more damage to the coral reefs than anything. So,
Mm-hmm.
like, I prefer this.
All right.
It's not a new event. Huh? For instance, the Bakery Regatta is over 30 years old, I think.
Oh,
So
okay.
these are not new events. They're just probably coming out more now, but they've been going for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. Thank you so much. All right, moving right along, we have our next article, which is in our Compam Veranda Mekwita. U.S. Senator. I saw this floating around social media, and I chuckled when I saw this article. U.S. Senator questions USAIDS's use of tax dollars. Oh, you wanted to say something, Alexia, before I move on?
I'm sorry, accident.
Okay. So, U.S. Senator questions USAID's use of U.S. tax dollars in Jamaica. Lord of mercy. So let's go ahead and get into this one. According to Caribbean National Weekly, U.S. Congresswoman Nancy Mace has criticized Jamaica, along with other countries, for allegedly wrongfully benefiting from United States Agency for International Development, USAID funding. She claims that USAID is promoting agendas that conflict with an America First policy. During a House Oversight and Government Reform hearing last Wednesday, the South Carolina Republican expressed her concerns about the U.S. $50 billion agency, which was established six decades ago to manage civilian foreign aid and development assistance. Mace argued that USAID has deviated from its original mission of advancing American interests and effectively administering aid, a stance also echoed during the Trump administration, which sought to disband the agency, sparking global concern. Congresswoman Nancy Mace questioned whether the use of U.S. tax dollars in various countries, including Jamaica, truly put America's interests first. She specifically highlighted a USAID grant of US $1.5 million or Jamaican $225 million aimed at strengthening community support structures to advance LGBT rights advocacy in Jamaica, asking, does this advance our interest? Her question was directed at a panel of three governors, with two responding negatively, while one offered no stance on the matter. Mace's inquiry was part of a broader series of questions she posed during the hearing. She argued that the U.S. foreign assistance system is badly broken and insisted that it was time for this to end. USAID suspended its program globally on January 24, following an order from the U.S. Department of State, though several implementing agencies have been granted limited waivers to continue with those considered life-saving humanitarian assistance. Last Wednesday, USAID wrote to the University of the West Indies, UWI Mona, instructing that its Faculty of Medical Sciences, through Health Connect Jamaica, could continue with its program to expand access and utilization of high quality HIV specific primary health services. USAID granted US $4 million to the program, 10% of which went to UWI to oversee its operations. The funding was to cover 4 years, from 2024 to 2028, and to focus on HIV and global health initiatives. Oh boy. Oh, before I forget, I have to mention this part. So on Friday, a federal judge dealt President Donald Trump and billionaire supporter Elon Musk a significant setback in their efforts to dismantle USAID. I'm a little confused because I'm sure I saw videos circulating where they removed the name from the building. But anyway, U.S. District Judge Carl Nichols, a Trump appointee, issued a ruling that temporarily halted plans to remove thousands of USAID staff members from their positions. The judge also blocked an order that would have required thousands of USAID workers stationed overseas to take administrative leave and relocate their families back to the US within 30 days at the government's expense. In his ruling, Judge Nichols stated that such actions would unnecessarily expose US workers and their families to undue risk and financial burden. So, let's go back to the top of this one. So, US $1.5 million was given to Jamaica to to strengthen community support structures to advance LGBT rights. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there. So the ambassador to Jamaica is a member of that community. Am I right? The U.S. ambassador to Jamaica. And if I remember well, I need to go dig up the article. If I remember well, there was some hot water because the spouse, at one point, I didn't want the spouse or the partner of the ambassador there. How it did go again? Oh, no, remind me.
We did a story on that one. We said the U.S. deliberately chose the ambassador to Jamaica to be, of that dispensation,
right,
as a way of some kind of retaliation or making a statement.
Right.
It was alleged, I think, the spouse or somebody didn't think it was safe for the person. But yeah, we did that. We covered that story some time back.
Right. I remember that. So was the 1.5 million to protect that person and their partner? Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I remember we covered it. We spoke about it last year when the American government, there was some pushback because Jamaica didn't want to recognize the spouse. In some of their documents, I did, because Jamaica consider, like, married couple like a man and a woman, and
Right.
for whatever they didn't want to recognize because it was a same sex, and they came under heavy fire for that. So yeah, I remember we covered that last year.
All right. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. So where did this $1.5 million US go? Because from my understanding, we do have members of the LGBTQ community in Jamaica who live under a bridge because they have been ostracized, so to speak. Families don't want to have anything to do with them. So was the $1.5 million put toward creating a safe space for them, or are them still under the bridge? Who got the 1.5 million US exactly?
See, I to also look at in the scheme of things, right? When you're looking from a global perspective to addressing all people in $1.5 million is really not nothing. You could spend $1.5 million on treatment for diseases and something here and there. So 1.5 million US dollars to fix or to address the entire gay situation in Jamaica, as you said. And find that can't provide proper housing for the people under the bridge in any case to start.
No man, US 1.5 million.
No man, US 1.5 million can't go that far. And you have to
No,
look at what it was given to do. You have to look at what was the mandate attached to that, because don't get it wrong. As much as they're giving aid, they're not just giving you aid to do what you want with it.
Can I also add? We need to also be very, 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 and I can't stress that word enough. Very, very, very careful for falling for the banana in the tailpipe trick. The USAID.
What? Oh my God! That image in my head just went left. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Oops. The USAID is technically the way most of the stories have been spun in the last couple of days has been like, when you give somebody an orange, right? There is no way you will get to the orange without taking off the peel and you remove the seeds, won't you? So most of the stories that they've used, that they pinpoint on, are essentially stories that are those seeds and the peels, right? I'll give you an example. I'll just give you one very big example. The USAID, to me personally, is its initial idea is imperialism. That's its initial idea. It's not like any of this little stuff that people are now getting excited about. Nah, all of this is like all of this stuff that people are getting around is like, oh, I suddenly found that you bought 5 paper clips instead of 10. Believe me, that's it. But the bigger picture that people are missing is the cruelty that these guys are dishing out. Should I give you an example?
Go right ahead. Come on, let's talk about it. Come back with that.
Between 1989 and 1989 and 2001, in Africa, there was a huge scourge of AIDS epidemic, majority Southern African based. Nigeria too got hit, but not as bad as the southern region. The South African, Zimbabwe, South African, Mozambique, all that area got hit, right? South Africa was the primary biggest economy there, and he couldn't take care of it. Why? The women that were taking care of the households were dying out in numbers, leaving kids, the age 3, 2, left to grandmas who were in their 80s, 70s, in some cases 90s, to be taken care of. The president at the time, Mbeki, said, we cannot allow this to continue. Why? Because he was negotiating with American companies to buy these drugs that was needed. Yeah? And the drug then, these guys held the patent. But the pharmaceutical companies in India had made cheaper versions of those drugs. When Mbeki looked to India to get those drugs, and a couple of other African countries looked to India to get those drugs, guess what they were threatened with? Sanctions. Literally, your people are dying and you need help. The one person that has the key to helping you is saying you have to pay hand over fist. And if you try to go alternative, I am going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. So what did they do? You know what the middle ground was? the middle ground was the creation of PEPFAR. PEPFAR was the Presidential Committee on, on diseases in Africa. Essentially, what that thing did was say, if you pay 60%, we'll pay 40% of those drugs for those people to survive. And that agreement was reached. People got those drugs and they led a more fruitful life. Now, all of a sudden, that tap has been switched off. And meanwhile, my people are getting excited over paper clips. Can you imagine? We're getting over, LGBTQ is what? They gave you 1.5 million. That won't even buy you 2 GMC trucks. It won't buy you 2 GMC trucks. It won't run an office in Jamaica for more than 2 months. We need to, all this, man, I don't know. It's like being cruel to people is almost like a sport that we're watching and cheering on. People are literally, last week in South Africa, the people who were supposed to go in and get their drugs for the next 2 months were turned away. Turned away. There was no notice, nothing. Literally just turned away. You know what?
Adesoji, we also have to look that in the grounds on the president now giving white South Africans, prioritizing white South Africans' migration to be able to come as refugees to the US. Back to the whole age drugs. Remember, moments we had a conversation here about this whole aspect of generic drugs coming out of India and the ones that are patented from the US and the pressure they put on us to ensure that the governments cannot buy these much cheaper drugs out of India, even if they do the same thing. So you have to end up spending millions and millions of dollars for stuff that you could get for 1/3 or sometimes in some cases 10% of the price, because you have to pay for the brand name by that. Also, we cannot even sidestep the fact that the USAID and this organization has been used to orchestrate regime change, instability in countries. And so it's not just they put the aid to the front, but the real operation, these organizations work in conjunction with the CIA and this organization to advance American interests in quotation.
I mean, that has always been the case. Just one more point. The guy who claims he wants to find efficiencies for government, efficiencies for government,
talk about it,
has 130 government contracts. Basically investigating the people that should keep an eye on him. I mean, make that make sense. When my people say that basically it's like turkeys voting for Christmas and celebrating, who is on the menu? What's going on with me, people?
So you don't forget that the government is his biggest clients in 4 of his 6 companies?
Yeah.
The government is his not biggest by far. So he is literally leeching up the government.
And then the little that is trickling down to people that need help. We, the people, effectively are on the sidelines and cheering. And like Malcolm X said, the media is so powerful. And this guy said these things years ago. The media is so powerful that it will have you cheering for the oppressor. And that's what we're doing right now.
And that is exactly what is happening. And people are blind, deaf, and dumb to the whole thing that's going on. Now, and here's the other thing that I want to add to that. Who has the power of the purse? Who has the power of the purse?
Technically, it's Congress that should devolve the money. Once the Congress does an appropriation bill, basically the money can't be spent. If you choose not to spend the money, that is the executive, which is the executive is the second article of government. If the second article of government chooses not to spend the money, guess what you have to do? You can't say, oh, unilaterally, I don't spend this money, but I'm going to do something else with it. No, you have to go back to Congress and get them to agree that this money can now be done for this, or we choose not to spend the money at all. But this idea that you're just canceling things. Oh, and another thing, most of those departments that this guy is shutting down, oh God, this is where civics is helpful. They
What
were
name,
not.
sir? Hold on, what name, sir? Again, remember, we are uneducated over here.
No, civics, basically how government operates.
I know.
Right? So Article 1 is the legislature. Article 2 is the executive. Article 3, is the judiciary. So the legislature makes the law. The executive, based on selection by the people, decide what to interpret that law. And if people find that those laws are not interpreted correctly, they go to Article 3, the judiciary, who will then say, listen, this is ultra vires, this is above giving powers. So technically, this guy is already flouting the Constitution from day one with all those silly executive orders. I yield.
Imagine if an oligarch in Russia or China or Iran or any one of these places had took over the government, who had close ties to Putin, who have most of his contract coming from the Russian government, and taking away services to poor people in Russia. Imagine what the headline would have been in the US. I'm just saying.
All of those departments, the CIA, the USAID, which other one? USAID, Department of Education. I mean, imagine you want to scrap the Department of Education in a country that is barely literate. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make.
Listen, I'm not sure what's up. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, moment. You see, I'm going to look at this as necessary evil, because I've seen a lot of people being woken up like more than any time in my entire lifetime. When the Canadian, like millions of people already in Canada, cancel their flights to America.
Really? Millions or hundreds?
There's a news. No, because a lot of Canadians always, February, Canada is like empty. People, when you notice in February in Florida, half of the people in Florida.
Hi. Yeah, we have a lot of snowbirds down here.
Yeah, a lot of those people cancel their flight. They say they're not. People even talking about selling their house in Florida.
They're a lot of them have
a
condos.
lot of Canadians. Yeah. So there's a news yesterday that billions of dollars already, the American economy already lost billions of dollars from Canadian tourism and investment. People are ignoring American stuff on the shelf in supermarkets in Canada already. And when you see like Kenyatta saying like, look, stop crying over these aid, and let's look and see if we can sustain ourselves. And you see like this, I think 75% of Canadian stuff go to America, and Canadian leaders from all provinces, they are actively working and trying to find different markets, because they're saying, you know what, this is a wake-up call. We're going to have to diversify. We have 40 million. They're talking about 40 million in the entire Caribbean region, where they can develop trade within the Caribbean. Talking about Europe, talking about different countries. So I believe that this is a wake-up call. And after Donald Trump presidency, I believe that more countries are going to be balanced and not looking towards America anymore. They're going to diversify. And I think it's going to be a good thing. After Donald Trump, I don't know what's going to happen to Elon Musk. He's going to be exposed, and I don't know who is going to be there to protect him. And this man got
the son he walks around with on his shoulders.
Yeah, but he's got to be the dumbest person because like people like with China coming up with their e-vehicle now, people are ignoring Tesla now. You can't be this type of like a business is like almost being like a entertainer and trying to be a bad man at the same time. You can't be a businessman and burning half of your because you know Democrats drive Tesla too. You know, so this man is crazy.
We had some stories last week on unfortunately we did I removed them from the website with regard to his stock. Yeah, in other countries around the world, he's losing big time. I think the world is sick and tired of him. Even Germany is tired of him, right? But back to the article at hand, as we're talking about USAID, the U.S. senator who questions USAID's use of U.S. tax dollars in Jamaica. And as was highlighted here, that this is smoking mirrors, right? There's always a distraction. Just open the curtains and you'll see the truth behind everything. When I ask a question, who has the power of the purse? And the answer, yes, thank you, Adesoji, is Congress. This is not a Republican or a Democratic thing. It's whoever is sitting up there. You can't blame just one party. You can't say just the Democrats. Because while the Democrats had the White House, they also had Congress. They were also approving these monies, right? But we don't pay enough attention, and we're truly distracted from the truth. So it is easy for us to say, oh, this is what the Democrats were pushing. They were not the only ones pushing it. The Republicans are pushing it too, because they both agree. They both agree to send the funds to the various countries. They have the power of the purse. They have a saying, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. None no better than the other. Let us be frank. We are not each other's problem. They are our problem. And the problem with us as the people not recognizing and not remembering that who is the government? We, the people, are the government. And we have not been holding government officials accountable. We allow them to do as they please. We have allowed multimillionaires and billionaires to take control. It is time for us to wake up, take back the reins, and hold our officials accountable. Go ahead. I know someone else had opened their mouth.
Yeah. The only thing I think we need to move away from these type of funds, because if memory serves me correct, it's the same money that they took, the $30 million from that same fund, right? To I think Kenya and Ghana, and there were some conditions about allowing LGBTQ education in the school system there. So I believe that we need to move away from these type of funding that comes with some, like fine print stuff, like either coming in and dictating your culture, or coming in and destroying, because the same type of funding that they use in countries to destroy like our local manufacturing or destroy industries. I think, going forward, it's time we just move away from these money. Better to borrow money from China than to get these grants or whatever that comes with a cost, and say like, okay, you're taking this money, but you have to put this education in the school. The same money that destroy like Africa. Remember I told you about some of the African clothing and stuff like that, and some US senators said that they have to accept American second-hand clothes, or else, we need to stop taking this money.
Well, the first thing one thing has to happen first. Our leaders have to have a spine. The next thing, our leaders have to let go of selfishness and greed before this can come into play. Go ahead, Mr. President. And
But moments, COVID was a dry run. During COVID, first of all, they did not give us the medicine. They had you have to pay for the medicine up front, the African countries. You have to take loans to pay for it. There was no guarantees, all kind of nonsense. Okay? Mm-hmm. Because they was looking for themselves first. The aid and all the different stuff was not flowing as it's supposed to flow, because most of the people was using it for themselves. Mm-hmm. We should have used that as a wake-up call. That if we could have survived COVID, and in some cases, a lot of the economies even come out, like recover faster and better, or we survive because they thought you'd have crash and burn, then we can make some hard decisions in order to be self-sufficient, self-determination. Not only that, what it should have highlighted to us is that regional relationships, whether it be in Africa, in the Caribbean, in Latin America, should have been more important than these international relationships that come with strengths, the aid relationships. And we should have looked to expand our market regionally and do more businesses and so with everybody else.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. And I just want to remind everybody, Adesoji, you brought up imperialism, right? And the essence of imperialism is when is one country extending its power over another country, usually by force, but it can also be done through diplomacy, right? Subtly, and you don't even realize it. And this imperialism can include a country's government, its resources, its people, and its land. You know, so imperialism can come on a white horse, a big Arabian white horse with beautiful flowing mane and come through, right? And
Yes.
it comes packaged with a bow, and you think, oh my gosh, here it is. But we need to stop being so gullible and licky wanga got. Go right ahead, Adesoji.
No, I mean, just one more point to what you just said. When people celebrate the fact that this guy is gotten the USAID, I laugh. Congress signed a bill a couple of years into, I think it was Carter's government that signed it, that the CIA can no longer assassinate people outside of the United States. Are we to say that the US CIA did not do such a thing during Carter years or during Reagan years? Or as Reagan would say, I did not pay weapons or anything else for hostages. The CIA will always, the United States will always find a way to do what the United States wants to do. I am not saying that the system is perfect, but when you have a single day to survive, to strategize for the next day, use it. Use it.
All right, thank you, Adesoji. And go ahead, Alexia. This is our last comment, and we move on to stories out of Latin America and then on the international scene. Go right ahead, Alexia. Thank you.
I just have one question. You see, what is the end game? Because when Chomba got to do this, right? And he's going to do this, he's literally cutting off all of the US's tentacles in pretty much every country. So what the end game? Because mind you, I'm not an economist, politician, nothing like that. I'm just a simple person with a simple mind. And I'm trying to say, where is the end game? What? How the US are gonna be great again by doing this? Because if you're going to literally remember, no, it's the money that make you have these ties in all these countries, and the US never puts their investment where they are not going to have a big yield, right? Even if them are gonna do it today, but the yield are gonna be 10 years from now, right? But we just can't see. It look like somebody hired Trump to tear down America from the inside. Me feels like Kim Jong-un get to him. Because me not see it. Adesoji, you see anybody else who have more knowledge of it? Uno see where this end game, you're like, uno can predict the end game because something don't look right.
Listen, I think you answered your own question. You answered your own question, Alexia. No if answer, but you did. All right, it is time for stories out of Latin America. First up, illicit substance, the white illicit substance, is no worse than whiskey. Would be so like wine if legalized worldwide. That's according to Colombia's president. And this article is courtesy of CBSnews.com. The illicit white substance is no worse than whiskey and is only illegal because it comes from Latin America. That's according to Colombian President Gustavo Petro during a live broadcast of a government meeting. Colombia is the world's biggest producer and exporter of this illicit substance, mainly to the United States and Europe, and has spent decades fighting against drug trafficking. During a 6-hour ministerial meeting broadcast live for the first time ever, the leftist president said it is illegal because it is made in Latin America, not because it is worse than whiskey. Scientists have analyzed this. It is no worse, suggesting that the global industry could be easily dismantled if it were legalized worldwide. He said, if you want peace, you have to dismantle the business of drug trafficking. It could easily be done through legalization and have it sold like wine. Petro also pointed out that fentanyl is killing Americans and it is not made in Colombia, referring to the opioid responsible for around 75,000 deaths in the United States each year, according to official data. Fentanyl was created as a pharmacy drug by North American multinationals, and those who consumed it became addicted, he added. Since coming to power in 2022, Petro has attempted to make peace with all armed groups that are fueled by drug trafficking in the hope of ending 6 decades of conflict. The illicit production in Colombia reached a record high in 2023, jumping 53% to 2,600 tons. This is according to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Yes, the United Nations, they're measuring it. They know exactly what the numbers are on it. Okay, let that sink in. How the United Nations know exactly at 2,600 tons and that there was a 53% jump?
They coordinate what's it called? They coordinate information systems across most of these bodies are plugged into the United Nations. Again. Okay. It's nice that we're talking about drugs. The only reason that the drug market exists anywhere in the world, just using it as a pejorative statement, not you guys. You guys, that's the only reason it exists. Mm-hmm. Because it's often been a front for nefarious activities. Mm-hmm. Activities that Congress needs to oversee. If not, what they will do, I just spoke about one, the Iran-Contra affair. When Iran wanted to, when they wanted to release hostages during Reagan's period, mm-hmm. What did they do? They got drugs from the Contras, brought a bit of it into the United States, hence the crack in the United States, sold a bit more around the world. The money was then funneled to Iran. So when somebody had to take the fall, Colonel Knott took the fall for it. And when he came out and they asked him, would you do it again? He said, I'll do anything for the United States of America. Reagan, in his defense, said, and I quote, we did not trade weapons or anything else for hostages. But we know he did. So again, it just goes to show that without the United States being there, there is no drugs. It's not something they do. It's not something they use in Latin America. You can see the population. Look.
But Adesoji, what was interesting in the article for me is the part that said, hold on, let me go back to it. Hold on. Don't let me find it back. Where it's fentanyl mm-hmm. that our current president says come from where?
He says from Canada or Mexico.
Okay. However,
But-
in this article by
Yeah.
cbsnews.com, and I quote,
Yeah.
fentanyl was created as a pharmacy drug by whom?
Because
North
by-
American multinationals.
And in some cases, the nerds with their big glasses using the Mama's Kitchen as a lab, and they'll be able to. And how the need to even go to that extent comes from the pharmaceutical industry itself. The drugs that you normally would need for your cough, your nasal, your stuff like that, that is supposed to just reduce your reduce your exposure, has been wherein you need maybe 200 milligrams. These guys are now giving you 1,600 milligrams. That is not drugs to cure you. That is drugs to hook you. Yeah. And then
sorry, Adesoji, who was it that said, I don't know if you remember this statement, was it last year or the year before? Who was it that said, and I want to believe it was last year when Trump was saying he was going to crack down and blah, blah, blah with the drug dealers. And the person said, it's a celebrity, if I'm not mistaken, who said, wait till he finds out who the biggest drug dealers are. Or is who the biggest drug dealer is. It's the USA. It's the pharmaceutical industry in the US.
Yeah, to make matters worse, they've now made drug drinking, they call it, what's the word they call it? Lean. You know.
I hear that term there. How about the backside?
Because we observe, you know, while we're sipping our coffee and tea, we're like, yo, these people are actually getting inebriated on drugs. These are drugs that ordinarily human beings should not be exposed to them for more than necessary. But become the go-to recreational drug. To make matters worse, you're now mixing it with alcohol. Hey.
Should I remind you guys that during the opioid crisis, who was selling the drugs? Let us be known also that the white stuff is just a small percentage of the addictions.
Yeah.
It's not a significant amount as they want to make us feel. They just put everything on the white stuff. But during the opioid crisis, what drugs was killing people? When a pharmacy in a town where there's 25,000 people could sell 300,000 pills, who buying all these pills? And the point he makes is very true. And we like to talk about drugs, but we conveniently forget that Ronald Reagan sold drugs to finance the Contras in Iran. It's drugs that do it. It's not the American money. It's drug money. And he justified by saying he didn't use the American people money.
Listen, people need to pay more attention. And I think one of our problems, we need to drink more ginseng, right? Because everybody has a short memory span, it seems. How quickly we forget. And I get it, because so much comes at us daily in the news. Something comes up today, by tomorrow we forget because something else comes up, and they keep throwing things at us. And another thing we have to do, and I encourage people to do, is learn to read between the lines. Pay attention. Pay attention to how sentences are constructed. Pay attention to the headlines. And a lot of us tend to just read the headlines and come up with our own theories. No. Read the article in its entirety if you have the opportunity. Go right ahead.
Yeah, but the crazy thing though is that in Canada here, like in Toronto, they're not arresting people for using those stuff anymore.
I remember you told us.
Yeah, they have safe injection site. I can go to an injection site now. I remember one morning I was downtown and I went into a Tim Hortons, and a guy was in the Tim Hortons drinking his coffee, tying his hand, using his lighter to warm up the needle. And I stood there, watch this guy like just inject himself.
What is Tim Hortons?
A coffee. Canada. It's like
in a coffee shop.
Yeah, Canadian Starbucks.
In a coffee shop, he's doing that openly?
In a coffee shop, openly. Yes, sit down there, tie in his hand, heating the needle. Because remember, the safe injection site in Toronto, they have like about 30 or more. They have a lot of them. That the Liberal government decided that they're going to open because a lot of people were dying from overdose. So they say, you know what, instead of these people dying, let's help them. So you go to our injection site, it's like a cafe, a crack cafe. you sit down, they give you the needle for free. You get the needle, you do whatever. You have a police officer there, you have nurse, you have doctors, and they inject themselves. And people who are like, there are certain cases where people like are overdose there, and then the doctor is right there to help them. A lot of people disagree with it. The conservative leader now want to scrap them and replace them with centers to help instead of centers to allow you to do it safe. They are closing them down and reopening centers that you come and get help to come off the addiction. So yeah, people are already doing it. So I agree that decriminalize it the same way you decriminalize ganja now and call it cannabis, and white people can sell cannabis now. Decriminalize it, because the reality is majority of the people that are buying it, that are overdosing, is not us, right? It's not us. So I don't know why we sit down crying when back in the 80s when we were dying. Nobody were crying for us, right? Nobody wasn't crying for us when we were dying back in the 80s. So now the shoes is on the other feet. Other people are dying now. Let them decriminalize it. Like people are going to get it regardless.
Yeah, you can't stop people.
You can't stop them from getting it. Decriminalize it.
All right, one more comment and then we keep it moving. Go ahead, Mr.
In places like Portugal that are decriminalized, it is ironic that in places like Portugal that are decriminalized, they have less of a drug problem than here. But James, the reason why they would not decriminalize this stuff, if you decriminalize this, then you cut the prison population by half. Now, how would private prison make money? Who is investing in private prisons? Remember, the whole weed tree strike stuff was to get black and brown people into prison, you know. But then when they realized they could make more money legalizing it, all of a sudden, John Boehner, do you remember John Boehner, who was Speaker of the House, who left being Speaker of the House and become the head of one of the biggest cannabis company in the US? We forgot that. And all of a sudden, cannabis was legalized and decriminalized and all the different stuff. Well, it's still on the federal books, but we all know how that goes. So because it was now convenient for them to make more money from it, that's what it's so. But with the reducing the private prison population going to be a hard one, because they are all the investors there, and they just put a fresh set of money in there. So they would not decriminalize anything else too soon, because they need to keep those prisons full. That's the only reason.
Yeah, and remember, Mr. President, we brought up the numbers here where the prisons have to be kept at a certain percentage. And if they don't meet the percentage, the states have to pay money to the prison owners. So anyway, listen, let me tell you something.
I love that business model. You could never lose.
Then not lose.
If you don't have customers, the state have to pay for not having customers.
Exactly. All right, next up in stories out of Latin America, IMF again sees Nicaragua. Hey, which country the IMF not involved in? But anyway, let me stay on track. IMF sees Nicaragua economic growth cooling as pace of remittances fall. This article, courtesy of devdiscourse.com. Nicaragua's economy will likely grow at around 4% this year, similar to its expected 2024 expansion, due to prudent macroeconomic policies as well as high remittances. And this is according to a Friday report, from the International Monetary Fund. The Central American economy grew by 4.6% in 2023, but the board report from the international lender expects economic expansion to cool in the medium term at around 3.5% due to the likelihood of slowing remittances from Nicaragua's large migrant diaspora, which is heavily concentrated in the United States. All right. So next up we have
Before you move on, moments,
yeah,
I think I need to put a challenge out there.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Sankara asked for it about 30 years ago or more, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to challenge us, the listeners, anybody out there. I want somebody to come forward and give me one example of a country that has improved, that has been turned around when dealing with the IMF.
I think you've
One
asked that
country.
question before.
No, but we need to do the research because maybe we're missing something. I want to see one country that is much better off now after dealing with the IMF. Just one example. Ayo.
And as you're asking that question, which countries are classified as second world countries? You hear first world and you hear third world. Which countries are classified as second world countries? Have we ever heard of a second world country? It's always first and third. Where's the second world country? I want to check that one out. Because we go from 3 to 1. Mr. President, don't look for any positive outcome. Because remember,
maybe Adesoji can help me with that.
What was the question, Mr. President? I was making my coffee. So
coffee?
Yes.
Not
yes.
your Earl Grey?
No.
From the fields of Kenya?
No.
Packaged as English tea?
No. That's heresy, actually. You're pushing the boundaries of acceptance. Yes, we drink British coffee, British tea.
Oh, so you grow cocoa over there in
growing and having are two different things. To answer Mr. President's question about the success story of IMF. Okay. Can I get back to you in 50 years?
It's been 30 years. It's been over 30 years since the Sankara asked for it. I mean, I was figuring 30 years we must have had at least one by now.
I love trouble. Next up, it's time for stories on the international scene. You're not going to be able to sell. First up, DR Congo summit directs army chiefs to enforce ceasefire. This article courtesy of Al Jazeera. A summit of African leaders to address the crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, has directed army chiefs to meet within 5 days and provide technical direction on an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. The meeting, which came to a close in Tanzania on Saturday, brought together the leaders of the 8-nation East African Community and the 16-member Southern African Development Community. Adesoji, I'm handing the mic over to you. Hand the mic over to somebody who is more knowledgeable on this. And the reason I'm throwing the mic over to you, I came into this, I came on the channel yesterday to listen. Unfortunately, I got a phone call and I had to leave. So I didn't get to hear the conversation. But I know when I came in, you're already about 20 minutes in, and I heard a conversation about the Congo. What's the update?
Oh, yeah. So the update is a ceasefire was called, and unilaterally was called anyway. The guys have decided, you know what, it's not what they thought. One is the fact that the international community is on them, and the fear is because the UN Secretary General has specifically called out Kagame, he knows that the more he's get called out, the possibility of him being sanctioned is not off the table. And once that happens, that's him off the throne. So there's a ceasefire. But the more pertinent thing is these military chiefs have now decided, yes, it's okay for you to want to push against your own political organization, but you have to do it through peaceful means. That place has suffered enough wars. If there is another breakout, South Africa, Tanzania, Kenya, and Nigeria are going to come in and crush anything that gets in their way. They do that. When they do that, Congo might just get some peace. It's not a promise. Hopefully, might just, man, this place has been, oh my God, this place has been assaulted. And I don't use that word lightly. Since 1884. That place has lost more people than was lost in the First and the Second World War combined. In fact, if you were to go back into the annals of history in terms of the transatlantic slave trade, that place lost more people than, we'll come a close second to Angola, to what is now known as Angola. But yeah, lost more people than both World War combined. So the idea that one person's ambition can determine the course of one person, can determine the course of one person's, the story you worked on us in was, what's his name? Cornel Yanga, who happens to be the political chief of the rebel arm of the M23, basically saying, the journalist that came to visit, thank you for coming to talk to a terrorist. Making joke of it. This is a place where people have lost their lives, families have been scattered, girls as young as 9 have been essayed, and you're making light of it. So I just want them to actually push these regional governments and Nigeria, because Nigeria is the only one that is not in that region, to come in and give a lasting blow to this decadence. That's what I'll call it. I yield.
All right, thank you.
But do you think democracy would ever prevail in the Congo? I think, from my perspective, where I stand, for the Congo to succeed, you need a government like what we see in the 3 Sahel states, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali. Any government that has to go in there to depend on an election cycle to fix Congo will never fix the Congo. There is just too much happening. You need something that will take over the whole territorial integrity, that will push out all the multilateral and all the different special interest groups from the Congo, that would bring in, you have to have military security, and that could start to utilize the Congo's resources for the Congo. Unfortunately, there is too much interest in the Congo, especially everybody in the West depends on it. So I do not see that happening with a democratic. Yes, you might go in and quell the M23s right now, but I don't think it will change the Congo. You need somebody to take charge of the Congo, literally take charge of it.
Okay, so you can aspire to do that, but you can aspire to do that. But here's a country. If you look at Belgium in Europe, it's 80 times the size of Belgium. 80 is the size of the half of Western Europe. It's a huge place. On the continent of Nigeria, on the continent of Africa, it will be second only to Nigeria in terms of ethnic groups, 160 plus. The only way you can get Congo to work is to do a Switzerland model. What do I mean by that? Switzerland is made up of Germanic, French, and Flemish people. So 3 bodies of people. They have what is known as a canton system, wherein they rule themselves individually, but they contribute to running the country at the center. That would work in Congo. And what that would also do, it means no foreign body would have grounds to come in there, because each of those ethnic groups is self-governing. So why are you coming in there? To foment trouble. Then that's the only way Switzerland, that's the only way Congo, as it currently is constituted, can make a headway. Anything outside of that is just chaos. This is madness. And that chaos will continue. And it will only be to the benefit of the people outside. The guys who make the phones we're talking on, guys who want to make money from it. I mean, just one last, by the way, Uganda and Rwanda don't have, and as at yesterday or as at this morning, there is not being a find of tin, tantalum, and tungsten, but yet both of them export those three things. Somebody explain that to me. I yield.
All right, thank you so much, Adesoji, for that. Next up, we head on down to South Africa. South Africa has been up front and center, right? Well, Trump says some white South Africans are oppressed and could be resettled in the US. They say, no, thank you. This article. Can you imagine? They have the opportunity to come to a country where racism is embraced, and they say no thanks. What does that tell you about the US? But all right, let's go ahead and get into this article. According to APnews.com, groups representing some of South Africa's white minority responded Saturday to a plan by President Donald Trump, or is it by President Elon Musk, to offer them refugee status and resettlement in the United States by saying thanks, but no thanks. The plan was detailed in an executive order. Can you imagine? We're signing an executive order. We have people here with issues in the US, folks. Anyway, the plan was detailed in an executive order Trump signed on Friday that stopped all aid. But I thought we were getting rid of everybody on TPS, but we're going to bring in more refugees. Anyway, stay focused, moment. Stay focused. Stay focused. Let's try this again. The plan was detailed in an executive order Trump signed Friday that stopped all aid and financial assistance to South Africa as punishment for what the Trump administration said were rights violations by the government against some of its white citizens. Not all, just some. The Trump administration accused the South African government of allowing violent whites on white Afrikaner. Allowing violent attacks on white Afrikaner farmers and introducing a land expropriation law that enables it to seize ethnic minority Afrikaners' agricultural property without compensation. The South African government has denied there are concerted attacks on white farmers and has said that Trump's description of the new land law is full of misinformation and distortions. Afrikaners are descended from mainly Dutch, but also French and German colonial settlers who first arrived in South Africa more than 300 years ago. They speak Afrikaans, a language derived from Dutch that developed in South Africa and are distinct from other white South Africans who come from British or other backgrounds. Together, whites make up around 7% of South Africa's population of 62 million. Okay, listen to that. 7% of South Africa's 62 million. I want to play a video real quick. Bear with me 1 second.
We don't want to move elsewhere. We are not going to ask our children now to move to another country. The fact is, our ancestors worked hard to make sure that we as a people are formed down the southern tip of Africa. We're not going to disrespect that. We also have the interests of future generations in mind. We also have to make sure that our culture is transferred to future generations. And that cannot be done abroad. You cannot, in the long term, or there's a real risk. If you go to another country now, there's a real risk that your grandchildren will not say to you in the morning, hello, Opa. They would say something like, hi, granddad, or something in that respect. We don't want to move elsewhere.
So they don't want to move. Oh, and by the way, Australia doesn't want them. New Zealand doesn't want them, and there's another country that doesn't want them either. So they don't want the Afrikaners in their country because they're racist. And they don't want to come to the US. They want to stay in South Africa. And they want what is rightfully theirs because their ancestors worked hard for them to have that ancestral land, and they need to be able to pass it on to their children and grandchildren. Fan base, I'm going to be right back with you. I am completely frozen. So carry on the conversation, please. Thank you.
They should freeze their bank accounts.
Okay, folks, I know you're not hearing anything right now. Everyone listening online and everyone on YouTube Live, I had to leave this fan base space, so now I'm going to try to get back in.
Okay, if they just grass growing it, they're saying, oh, well, they cannot productive land or not. They're coming up with all kind of guinea hen make ram good stories. The land don't belong to you. Take it back and give it to the owners. And if you make a lot of money from it, a percentage of that money should be going to the owners too. And to compensate, put it into public services then. But take it from them, all of them.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I like about this Trump presidency is that the media is willing to talk the truth now, which they hide from the truth, like with other presidents in power, right? When this was happening in Zimbabwe, like what's his name was made out to be like this dictatorship government that just swoop in and take away white people's land and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. The coverage was completely different from what's happening now. But with Trump now, like people are willing to speak truth, and I'm loving it. Like I hope after his presidency they continue speaking truth, because this. Remember when this was happening? Remember Zimbabwe came under sanction, right? Because the president, what's his name at the time, said, you know what, you guys came in and took our land, and we are going to give back the original owners the land, and they were sanctioned by the British government and followed by the American government. So it is so interesting to see like the coverage, how different it is now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy. All right. But I'm loving it.
Oh, hang on a second.
President Donald Trump just signed an executive order with two goals. The first, to freeze all financial aid to South Africa. The second, to promote the resettlement of Afrikaners in the United States, to escape the draconian policies of the South African government. The Afrikaners of Orania take note of this development, and we are very thankful, specifically for the urgency with which this was tackled in regards to land expropriation and expropriation of property without compensation. However, our plea can be summarized in 3 words. Help us here. Not necessarily with US tax dollars, but with the recognition of our legitimate pursuit. That is the pursuit of Afrikaner self-determination in an autonomous region. Recognizing us as an ethnic people leads to a conclusion, and that is that the only sustainable option for Afrikaners is an autonomous area. The South African government even signed this as the Afrikaner Accord on Self-Determination in the 1990s, which states that Afrikaner self-determination is a legitimate pursuit. Our highest ambition is not to be resettled or relocated. Our highest ambition is freedom. We ask the White House to recognize this, and we also extend that wish to all other nations. With the grace of God and the help of our friends, this can be made possible. Thank you very much.
Who is their God? It can't be the same God that created us all equally in his image.
What freedom they want? When they was killing all the black South Africans, taking the land, raping the country, they still own the majority of South Africa. That's my problem with South Africans. They like to talk about all kind of thing and want to go and fight here, there, and do all kind of stuff. But the people that take their land and stuff from them, kill their children and everything like that, they're serving them. That's a problem I have with them. But they like to talk about, oh, Nigerians coming here to take my job. Please, wake up.
So Sitabile, a market trader in Johannesburg, had said she hadn't seen white people being mistreated in South Africa. And she says he, Trump, should have actually come from America to South America to try and see what was happening for himself and not just take the word of an Elon Musk who hasn't lived in this country for the longest time, who doesn't even relate to South Africans. But Trump's action against South Africa has given international attention to a sentiment among some white South Africans that they are being discriminated against as a form of payback for apartheid. The leaders of the apartheid government were Afrikaners. Now, the gentleman we just heard, he lives in Orania. Do you know what Orania is? It's a whites only town, settlement. No hindrances, no encumbrances. Nobody bothers these people. Black people go there to deliver things and leave. So what more do they want? They are autonomous in some way. What more do they want? They want the entire South Africa?
You know who I blame for this? I blame Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela, when Nelson Mandela took power, remember, like, Winnie Mandela was kind of hardcore, right? She wanted everything that was taken back. But Nelson Mandela came in with this kumbaya, let's all live as one, and it never worked. It never worked in the history of this humanity. It never worked. Let's live together in love and harmony. Don't see color, don't see this. That never worked. Once he took office, like, he could have like got retake what was stolen from them from back then, but you know, other people was like in his ears, like telling him different, and this just linger. That's what, like, almost 30 years ago, and it's still lingering now. You should have just stepped in right away and restore South Africa, but he didn't listen, and it's still lingering today. So I blame him for that.
Okay, all right.
I won't blame Nelson Mandela. And the reason I won't blame him is prior to him being released, do you know he was actually under house arrest for over 5 years? Most people did not know that he was under house arrest. At that time, they were negotiating with him the terms of, quote unquote, his release and possible realignment of the South African state. So he was kept away from the people. So he didn't even know what was going on. He was kept away from Winnie. He was kept away from all the guys. But there was one key guy that they made sure he never had contact with until that guy was late. The only time he then saw that guy was in a casket, was Chris Hani. Chris Hani was the head of the military wing of the ANC in Komto Singwe, who said, and I quote, the apartheid, if you want to dismantle it without returning the land, there is no such negotiation. But the moment that guy was out of the picture, and even the guy who killed him owned to the fact that he was brought in to come and do that during the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. That's why, you know, but that's a matter for another day. To these idiots, those ones that arrived in 1652, that all of a sudden now everybody's talking about. We've seen that kind of story before in Zimbabwe, which is what James was referring to. When they fought the War of Liberation, one of the guys who led one of the battalions that ensure the victory began is the guy who is now the head of state. His name will come back to me. But why do I bring him up? I bring him up in the sense that when they were fighting against the Ian Smith government and they wanted to win the battle, the key thing they kept saying was the land over everything else. The land, the land, the land. ANC, the land, the land, the land. Kenya, the land, the land, the land. Namibia, the land, the land, the land. Zambia, the land, the land. So why do I bring all of these people all of these countries together, they have one common thing. They have a settler colony of white people in those countries. And basically their role there is to perpetuate colonialism in some shape or form. Now back to South Africa. Those guys, what they've done is basically now expose them for the final death nail in that idea. There is no way that project that you think they're going to carve out one place for you in South Africa is going to happen. Don't be surprised if you up sticks and leave and go to the United States. It won't be the first time, because following the end of apartheid, there was a group that actually moved. Do you know where they moved to? Texas. Yeah, Texas. There's a budding group of people in Texas that are South African origin. And so, yes, the rest of them can move along. But the idea that someone is going to carve out a part of Africa for you, specifically for you, and recognize you on that basis is a pipe dream. I yield.
Thank you. I'm just here with my popcorn, looking at and watching how white privilege makes one bold. Your ancestors moved into a country. The atrocities happen. Leave the past in the past. Leave the past in the past. Stop trying to take over. But you're carrying the flag of your ancestors. You're upholding the values and the Right. So you're upholding the values and so on and so forth, the ideas and ideologies of your forefathers. It's 2025, Afrikaners. Put that to the side. You are in another person's country. Technically, they have allowed you to stay, right? Because if I went, some people, leave. But they have allowed you to stay. Respect the people, the indigenous people of the country. If you have, and I heard another spin on it, if you have land there, you're not using this land. You can't show how you come by the land. Why? What's your opposition to having it being reappropriated? What's your opposition to that? Give back. It doesn't belong to you. It does not belong to you. Give it back to the rightful owners so that the 93% of the population can have access. I don't know. Go ahead, Adesoji. Go right ahead.
No, I was going to say, which is the point you made there, which is what we're actually talking about is land that's not even in use. So it's almost like you have money in the bank. You're not using the money. And the state says, we're going to take the money. And then you're crying river. First and foremost, you stole said money. Let's go back to land. That's thing. You stole the land. You used the law to steal the land. The law that is only recognized by European powers. The moment laws want to be changed back to address injustices, then you cry wolf, right? Majority of the land you came into was as a result of the Land Use Act of 1948, which established the apartheid South Africa. On the show yesterday, I read out some rules, basically that stated what rights you have with regards to you being, what do they call it? A blacks in South Africa, right? And one of the things is you cannot own land. Hello? You cannot. So what does that mean? That's why you have this imbalance of 7% of the population owning more than 80% of arable land in a place. And then the other 80% owning just 4% of the land. That's wild. I yield.
beyond wild. All right, next up, African investors are plowing more funds into climate tech. Let me pin this here. And this one is on semaphore.com. African investors are raising more funds to back startups that offer solutions to climate change challenges, targeting areas including agriculture, clean energy, clean cooking, and transportation. In the last 12 months, Echo.
Moments, your mic is off.
Oh, thank you, James. Thank you. All right, so semaphore.com is reporting this next article. African investors are plowing more funds into climate tech. African investors are raising more funds to back startups that offer solutions to climate change challenges, targeting areas including agriculture, clean energy, clean cooking, and transportation. In the last 12 months, Echo VC Partners, a Pan-African firm, invested in 14 climate-related startups across the continent through an inaugural $3 million eco fund. General partner Egosa told Semaphore it was an experimental fund to show the market need for environmental solutions using business models. The firm has started raising a separate $3 million fund to replicate the pilot with new investments this year, as well as a fund of up to $30 million for startups addressing climate change and other sectors. Nova Star Ventures, another Africa-focused firm with $260 million in assets, debuted a fund for people and planet positive technologies in January. It's a $3.5 million check to Sistema.bio, was almost half of what the biogas producer active in Kenya and India raised in a round joined by other investors. Supporting backable, environmentally focused tech companies has been exciting. That's according to Nova Star's Lagos-based partner, Brian. There is a massive pipeline of companies that can demonstrate commercial success, he added. In other stories also that can be found on semaphore.com, why is the world's biggest mining project, or why the world's biggest mining project is looking to invest in education. So the world's largest mining project will begin production by the end of the year, following decades of delays, Guinea's mining minister told Semaphore, with 5% of eventual revenues earmarked to expand the country's education system. Initial shipments from the Simandou mountain range in southeast Guinea, which is home to the planet's largest high-grade iron ore deposits. I don't know if that's something they should be advertising, right? But anyway, it is home to the planet's largest high-grade iron ore deposits, are due to begin the first quarter of 2026. The ambition to boost Guinea education with mining profits is the latest attempt by an African government to ensure its citizens benefit from natural resources, which are otherwise typically shipped elsewhere for refining. Okay. Silla, I think is a pronunciation, likened his government's plans to those rolled out in previous generations by Southeast Asian nations, singling out Singapore in his comparison. The British-Australian mining giant Rio Tinto and China's Baowu Steel are among the companies that have partnered with the Guinean government on the $15 billion project. How do you feel about this one? Good thing? Yes? No? Maybe so? Should more be pumped into education? Let me know your thoughts in the chat. Hold on, let me jump to the chat. Okay, that's that one is a troll. All right. Moving right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm very skeptical about this climate change thing. However, I believe that.
Why you say you're skeptical? No, you have to explain your skepticism.
No, because the thing is, the region, the Caribbean and African nations, if you check, say, over the past 100 years, our contribution to this is probably minus something. the biggest contributor of damaging the environment is, you have to say, America, India, China, right? And they made billions of dollars by doing that. And it just, to me, it just seems so like convenient that now, you know, African nations and Caribbean nations are ready to start reaping from their own natural resources. All of a sudden, there is some, you know, for example, what's going on in Guyana, like to make a government feel bad now for getting their own oil, talking about climate change when America have been taking millions of barrels of oil out of the earth for decades. So, but however, and I don't believe that you can pay. I don't believe that you can pay to stop it. I believe if you're going to stop damaging the environment, you just stop. All these private, I'm not going to be convinced until all of these people with private jet are no longer allowed to have their private plane, you know, go fly business class or whatever. All of these private yacht and all this type of stuff that would contribute to it, because they have a convenient excuse by saying like, oh, less than 1% of billionaires with private jet are contributing to this or whatever. So they have excuse for themselves to continue flying their private jets and going out in their yacht. How is it that how is it that the poor people have to pay for everything? How is it that, you know, climate change is our responsibility and we're going to have to pay tax dollars for it? It just don't make sense. However, I believe that the Caribbean nations, African nations, can benefit from like solar energy, can benefit from wind energy and stuff like that. So I believe educating like Africans and Caribbean nationals in terms of engineers and people who can come up with ideas, because for African nations and for Caribbean nations, that would help us in terms of not dependent on their oil and fossil fuel, whether Zimbabwe, Congo, whatever, and you can set up a solar panel in a remote area and you can get energy from that, and you don't have to be connected to a grid or whatever. That is beneficial to Africa and it's beneficial to the Caribbean. So I believe that education where that is concerned is a good thing.
All right. Okay. Thank you, James. Anybody else wants to share their thoughts on this before we move on? All right. Thank you. Next up, African gaming revenues hit $1.8 billion in new record. This article also courtesy of Semaphore, and I'm going to go ahead and pin it here. Okay, here we go. So the African gaming market amounted to $1.8 billion last year, a new report found, growing 6 times as fast as the global average. The number of gamers in Africa also rose to nearly 350 million, a 10% increase from 2023, said the report by the Dutch games data platform New Zoo for South African's games publisher Carry First. The findings show how Africa's gaming market has shifted from emerging to emerged. Wow. This is no longer about catching up from a low baseline. It's about a market that's growing rapidly on its own terms. Egypt, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and South Africa drove the biggest growth in African gaming in 2024, spurred by large youth populations, increasing smartphone use, and improved internet access. The vast majority of the revenue generated last year came from mobile games, the report highlighted, with the data taking into account game purchases, in-game spending, and subscription services. That's interesting. African gaming revenue growth comes despite macro challenges across the continent's leading economies last year. While reforms in Nigeria gave rise to high inflation, and of course, that cut deep into consumer spending, gaming revenue reached $300 million in the country, according to New Zoo. Only Egypt reported a higher figure. So Egypt, their revenue was $368 million. Nigeria, $300 million. And South Africa, $278 million. The fastest growth in revenue last year, of course, was recorded in Eritrea and Niger, in line with increased interest in digital services in both countries, the report said. So I must say, I was very shocked at this, or surprised. I shouldn't say shocked, surprised at this, that gaming was a big thing over there in Africa, across the continent, across these countries. I had no clue. Interesting. So we're reporting the revenues. Are these particular nations benefiting significantly from these revenues? That's the part I'm trying to understand. Who benefits ultimately the most? Are we seeing a lot of that money being pumped into the economies of these countries? Egypt, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and South Africa in particular, and Niger.
Yeah, I'm surprised about the countries. Like I'd have thought that yeah, Nigeria, Kenya, and Ghana, but Eritrea, yeah, Eritrea on the top of the list. That is very surprising to me.
Yeah, and the reason I find Eritrea surprising is because I was sure I saw a video where they limit the amount of time people spend on devices. If I'm not mistaken, I saw a video where people are encouraged to go into say coffee shops and interact with people, have just sit with a stranger and have conversation, less time on devices. Or was I dreaming that? I'm sure I saw that somewhere, but interesting. That one is truly interesting. All right. Next up in stories out of the international news segment, U.S. declares interest in developing African mining sector. U.S. can we? But you know what? I should probably tie in our next article, which is in our business and tech segment, with this one because I found it rather interesting. Came across a video on TikTok and I did some fact checking and I do have the fact checking results for the video. Interesting to say the least. And I laughed hysterically, as everyone is chanting, "Make America Great Again." And I'm like, really? Make America Great Again? Yeah. Wake up. It's a dream. Next. That's coming up. But let me just do this one. So, according to voanews.com, the administration of US President Donald Trump is interested in developing the mining sector in Africa. On the first day of his second term, Trump signed an executive order focusing on minerals, mineral extraction, and mineral processing. Men in the United States, but if you read closely, there are also multiple references in that executive order to international partnerships and, cooperating with partner nations. That's according to Scott Woodard, the acting Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Transformation at the U.S. State Department. Woodard spoke to a recent African mining conference, also known as an Indaba, in Cape Town, South Africa. Can't be the same South Africa that they're talking about putting sanctions on. No. Can't be the same South Africa. Gotta be a different South Africa. So the moderator, Zainab Usman, who is director of the Africa program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, asked Woodard whether the U.S. understands that in addition to mineral extraction, Africans want projects that add value to the raw material in order to boost the continent's industrialization. Woodard replied that the Trump administration is still putting together its policies. Okay. In recent years, America's investment in African minerals needed for cleaner energy has been driven by the Export-Import Bank of the United States, aka EXIM. In 2022, the U.S. entered into agreements with the Democratic Republic of Congo. Interesting. Is that the same Congo where we're having the unrest with Rwanda? Interesting indeed. See, that's why you can't get your news only from one place. You have to get your news on a global level, folks, because now it's time to connect the dots. Okay. Yeah, back to the article. In 2022, the US entered into agreements with the Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia to establish a supply chain for electric vehicle batteries, underscoring its interest in both countries' copper, lithium, and cobalt resources. The US, and we brought this one up last week, has also funded the rebuilding of the Lobito Rail Corridor, which will transport minerals from Congo, Zambia, and Angola on the West Coast. Speaking in the exhibition hall during the Indaba, Zambia's Minister of Transport and Logistics thanked the US for its leadership. We have something like a $350 billion gap in terms of infrastructure gap financing that the continent needs. Now, this focus on infrastructure development is really key in helping the African economies to be able to improve so that they are able to look after their people more effectively. China, meanwhile, is invested in rehabilitating the Tanzania-Zambia Railway Authority. We also spoke about this last week, right? And that is in an effort to bolster rail and sea transport in East Africa. And in South Africa, the conference's host country, transport and logistics problems at the state-owned Transnet railway system are being considered. The CEO of Transnet is very open about the state of the rail network. How will they raise the money? They're going out on public tenders to try and get that investment in, said Alan Seacombe, head of communications at the Minerals Council of South Africa. Also, significantly, they're speaking to their customers who are, by and large mining companies, to maybe through tariffs they can invest in the rail network, improve it, then have private trains they can operate on the network. Okay. Mr. President, I saw your emoji. Interesting, right? Yeah. Anything you want to say on this one, Mr. President?
I made the point earlier that unless we have some force that can secure the borders of the Congo securely and look out for the Congolese people and use the minerals for the improvement of the Congo, we would never see a conflict stopping in Congo. I don't care. You get rid of one group today, tomorrow it will be another group. Another thing again is, do you see the amount of NATO soldiers that was in Congo that was held by the M23? Because these guys that was going back from Romania, if they were there to train the army, then they are soldiers. You had 200 and something NATO soldiers there. Why?
Remember, we're drunk and we're foolish. We don't know what's going on because we're not supposed to be paying attention. Go right ahead, James.
Yeah, I have a prediction. I predict that the next coming 5 years, you're going to see like them slowing down on this electric vehicle thing.
Which makes sense to me. I think it's, but go ahead, finish up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, because as you said, like we're getting news from different sources, right? All over the world. And one of the news that you brought up last week was about what's happening in China and the how much billions of dollars worth of thing that they found that will make sure that they're good going forward in terms of their electric vehicle. I think China sneak up on the world, right? Nobody knew that China had the capability because you don't talk about China and car in the same sentence. Like historically, we never really talk about Japan, we talk about Germany, we talk about America. So China developing their electric vehicle and China being ahead in terms of electric vehicle and AI, I think, caught the world by surprise. So I believe it's going to be a case where they're going to back down. You see, like how in Canada, Trudeau was saying that by 2035, no more gas vehicle on the road. Like anything that you purchase, like going forward, like even Canada, no, people are panicking. Like gas vehicles, if you go to a used dealership now and you buy something that's like 10 years old, you're paying like a brand new car price for it because people are holding on to them because they say by a certain time period you're not going to be able to get gas vehicles anymore. It's fully electric. I believe that they're going to back down from that when they realize that China is way ahead. So that's my prediction. Going forward, they're going to back down from it.
Here's my concern with electric vehicles, right? And I have the insight because Marlon used to work with a car dealership. And the thing with EV vehicles, after a while, you need a new battery. I think after 5 to something years, you're going to need a new battery. These batteries can run you $20,000. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. And I don't think any country should push for all its vehicles to be strictly EV. I don't think any country should. But go ahead. I would only invest in an EV vehicle, me personally, if it was, say, probably $5,000 to get a new battery. But I'm not taking up $20,000-$30,000 for a new battery. That don't make no sense. Go ahead, Mr. Go ahead. Was it you, James? Go right ahead.
Yeah, and the thing is, nobody's talking about how are we getting rid of these batteries after a while, right? Exactly. Nobody's discussing that because we saw like about 20 years ago in New York where they were saying that the batteries that we had, alkaline batteries or whatever, those old batteries, car batteries, they were contributing to mental health issues because like the way how people dump the batteries and stuff like that. It was contributing to what was going on in New York. They link it to crime and saying that, look, the things coming out of these batteries, they're not safe for human beings. And I saw a report years ago where there was a place in China where they went and dumped them. And it was like a mess. The people, like in those communities, break out in stuff like leprosy. So it's obvious that these things are not good for people. And from what I've heard, these batteries are like 10 times worse than the one that the regular batteries for car. And a Tesla crashed in Toronto the other day, and the battery was on fire for like 2 days. And the firefighter, the chief came out and said, look, when you out these batteries, like you have to monitor them. They have to take it to a special place and monitor it for days. So, and there are reports of people charging in their garage and their house catch a fire and all of that. So like, they're not talking about the safety of it. How do we dump them and all of that? So I'm not big on them. I right now I'm good with hybrid. Like I'm comfortable with that, but to go fully 100% these EVs, no, I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure about that. There are a couple of houses in our neighborhood, James, where I see when you walk around, you see that they have their Teslas outside, and the charging thing, they have the charger, what you call it, the dock installed on the side of their houses, and they connect their cars. They have to keep the vehicles outside. Go ahead, Mr. President, and I'm going to read something from Google. Go right ahead.
First of all, I'd like to say that if you've been following the trend, like I was, you would realize that China didn't sneak up on anybody. China realized they could not compete in the conventional vehicle market, and they decided to leapfrog everyone and focus 100% on the EV market. And they have been growing constantly since then, right? As to the battery stuff, that is why NEO is now coming up in more and more conversations, because NEO gave you the option to buy the vehicle but go on a battery rental program that was cheaper than the replacement of a battery when it went out. And they also realized that the life cycle of the batteries could be relatively short, and then most people would not have that money to buy. So they have a battery swap system where you pay it like a kind of rental, and whenever you're ready, you just stop at any location, swap it out quickly, and you keep moving. So that way, even when there is improvements in the battery, because they've been constantly making improvements into the storage capacity and so on, the customer don't have to worry so much about that. But those people who buy it outright, then you have a problem when you have to replace those batteries. But when you put everything together, I cannot see us sustainably using the current model And based on the resources needed for those batteries, I can't see it as a long-term solution. There has to be new innovations that we don't have to try to take every iron ore from the Congo to make batteries. I think it's like, and then you're still charging these batteries from the same electrical supply and so on. So I don't see it as a sustainable model in the long run. But I believe there will be innovation that will come and solve some of the problems as we go forward.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. So, before I read the article from EV, James, the problem why it may seem as though they snuck up on us, why China snuck up, is because remember the legacy media houses and what they are allowed to report, right? And I'm putting allowed in air quotes. We have been distracted by so many things while we busy over here focusing on the wrong things: segregation, discrimination, racism, things that really should not be at the forefront, right? China was busy advancing, doing their research, getting ahead. We are over here in the US, we're focused on the wrong thing. That's our problem. And that is working to our detriment. And instead of us pedaling forward, we're pedaling backwards, right? And we're focused on immigration, which will never be fixed in this country. And they know that. They know what they're doing by putting certain things in front of our eyes. So it's time for America to wake up and get with the time. Stop focusing on things that don't matter. Stop brewing and fueling hate. That's all we're doing here in this country. At each other's throats. You know, what is interesting is gun control. I am yet to hear anybody come up and talk about the gun control since the inauguration. Didn't we have a couple mass shootings since the inauguration? We don't hear no executive order. We don't hear no bill table, nothing. What's going on? Let's talk about gun control. And the mass shootings that are happening here are not happening. It's not the immigrants doing the undocumented community doing it. It's homegrown terrorism, but we don't hear anybody talking about it. What's up with that? And so China is going to be centuries ahead of the US. The year 2025? The year 2050 going to roll around the next 25 years, and America's having the same conversation. Same conversations we'll be having. Mark my word, 25 years down the road, if I'm alive, God willing, it's the same conversations happening here. And then China leaps, and probably the entire world will be way ahead of the US. Go ahead, Mr. President.
While we're focusing on China, right? You have countries like Turkey, right? Iran, India. There are a lot of other countries focusing on a lot of different innovations and stuff that is missing us because it's not reported in the mainstream. And we're solely focused on China. Even places like Brazil and them, there. So sooner or later, we would realize that not only have people catch up, but then that we are becoming less and less significant. And as you erode the spending power of the American people with your policies, and that is what makes America even more powerful because it has the biggest consumer market. As consumption starts dropping and stuff like that, you will lose some of your importance. You're already dismantling a lot of the structures around the world and forcing people to become more independent. And more independent people around the world mean less for you, huh? So we have to understand the dependency and the synergies. But yeah, it's not just China. There's a lot of innovations going on.
Yeah. So hold on 1 second, James. I meant to read this and then I'll hand the mic back to you, James. Forgive me. Yes, electric vehicle batteries can be recycled. Recycling EV batteries is important because it reduces the need for mining new minerals and helps to create a circular economy. So how are EV batteries recycled? Number one, discharged. The battery is discharged at a recycling facility, then disassembled, where the battery is taken apart by hand. After that, shredded. The battery is shredded to create a black mass that contains valuable metals. After that, separated. The black mass is separated into its component parts, such as metals, plastics, and aluminum. After that, refined. The metals are refined using processes like smelting, chemical leaching, or direct recycling. Now, what can recycled EV batteries be used for? New batteries. The recycled materials can be used to make new batteries. Then there's also stationary batteries. Batteries that are no longer useful in a vehicle can be repurposed to power homes or the grid. And why is recycling important? Well, recycling EV batteries reduces the need for mining new minerals, of course. Recycling EV batteries also helps to create a circular economy, and recycling EV batteries reduces the environmental impact of using lithium ion batteries. Go right ahead, James. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, so I was going to say, as Mr. President said, like we have to look out for, because India is getting up there, right? And the moment, because what we see happen with China, with the middle class growing in the past 30 to 40 years, China middle class has like grown tremendously. Like if India and Nigeria middle class grow the same way China middle class has grown in the past 30 years, America becomes irrelevant, right? Because America is the biggest spending power in the world. But just imagine India's middle class growing at the same level where China grew in the past 30 years. Then, and you have India, you have places like Brazil, you have Nigeria. Those are economies that are, in terms of the population, they are massive population, but the only thing is that the middle class, they have a very tiny middle class. The moment their middle class grow, like America is in trouble. So I think what Donald Trump is doing is pushing America outside of that the being important, because these countries are taking it serious and they're growing their middle class. And then once that happens, like America, people can sidestep America now, right? so Donald Trump is doing something. I don't think he realized what he's doing. I think he's just feeding into his base, and the base probably don't understand, because the reality is when you go outside of America, majority of people outside of America say Americans only care about America. They don't know geography. They don't know what's going on in the world. They don't care about other people, culture, and stuff like that. So it's not surprising to me that even Americans don't know how Canada operates, realizing that if you try to attack Canada, you're attacking America, because 50% of the businesses in Canada are owned by Americans. So you're cutting off your own foot.
You're cutting off your own nose to spite your face.
Yeah,
pretty much.
50% of businesses in Canada. So when Donald Trump is talking about, oh, like we're losing, we're losing out on trade, $200 billion. BS. He's only thinking about import export, but he's not thinking about the trillions of dollars that are owned by the McDonald's, the Burger King, the Sears, all these big companies that are operating in Canada that are American owned. He's not thinking about that.
And I'm glad you brought it up again, because coming up in our business and tech segment, we have an interesting piece fueled by a video that I saw on TikTok. And of course, I did some fact checking. But before that, let us get into this last article out of the international news segment. How to make U.S. foreign aid work for Africa. This is an analysis piece which can be found on semaphore.com. U.S. President Donald Trump's abrupt halt of foreign aid is a policy misstep with dire consequences for vulnerable populations. In many low-income countries where up to 60% of health budgets rely on this aid, pulling the plug without warning risks the lives of millions. However, While the humanitarian imperative to protect these communities is clear, we must also address the practical shortcomings of a model that has long fostered dependency, aka charity porn. The current framework of perpetual aid without clearly defined sunset clauses has inadvertently undermined the drive towards self sufficiency in recipient nations. The Trump administration's call for a wide ranging review of foreign aid practices and an eventual shift to local ownership of development is not without merit. Indefinite aid can stifle the incentive to invest in and build sustainable systems. Consider Uganda as a case in point. In 2022, USAID announced a 5-year, $38 million malaria control program with Kampala. Meanwhile, Uganda ramped up its annual military spending to $1 billion. With proper prioritization, the government could feasibly reallocate the approximately $8 million annual budget it has recently lost to maintain the anti-malaria program. This example illustrates that the challenges lies less in the scarcity of resources and more in the strategic allocation and long-term planning required for genuine self-reliance. Given this context, recipient countries and aid implementing partners must use the current review period wisely. It is time to craft detailed sustainability plans that not only safeguard current achievements, but also lay the groundwork for a future where local communities drive their own development. Rather than lobbying for an indefinite continuation of aid, these plans should articulate a clear transition strategy. A 2 to 3 year extension period would allow governments and organizations to implement measurable, well defined steps toward full local ownership, thereby avoiding the chaos of an immediate funding gap. In my experience, raising capital for Pharma, a pharmacy operator in 10 African countries, I have seen firsthand the value of linking investments to sustainability goals. Initiatives like Pharma's Quality RX program have revitalized hundreds of pharmacies across Africa, created thousands of jobs, and significantly improved access to affordable primary care. This model proves that the benefits are substantial and far reaching when commercial capital is channeled into social impact projects. If even a modest portion of the US aid budget were converted into equity investments or concessionary loans for innovative healthcare businesses, we could forge a far more resilient system that is less vulnerable to abrupt policy reversals. The current stop work order is a short sighted decision that jeopardizes immediate welfare. We must balance the moral imperative to save lives with the need to foster genuine long term development, transitioning from an unsustainable model of endless aid to a system that champions local enterprise and self determination is not only desirable, it is essential. In this moment of crisis, let us seize the opportunity to reform U.S. foreign aid by instituting a carefully managed transition period and integrating sustainable practices with strategic private investments. We can protect vulnerable populations today while setting the stage for a future of true self reliant development. This approach is both compassionate and pragmatic, ensuring that our global community moves toward a more equitable and sustainable future. This article was written by Gregory Roxon And he is the co-founder and well, I should say, Gregory Roxon is the co-founder and CEO of M Pharma, a primary care operator serving 1.4 million patients annually across 10 African countries. Yeah, so that's his view. Is it that easy though? Or in your words, Mr. President, is this a utopianistic idea? And the reason I'm saying that, you're given aid by the US, but at the same time, you're told what you can and cannot do with the aid, yes or no? So while we might be saying the aid could be used in ways that would eventually wean the country from being aid dependent, we also have to take into consideration the givers of such aid, their agenda, and their let me just say that their agenda and what their vision for your country. Because a lot of times when people give us something, it's not that them really want to see you do good enough. It comes with a little bit of suppression or oppression. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think he's onto something? Do you think Gregory Roxon's idea is one that can play out?
Of course, the question is why 30 and 40 and 50 years after independence, our African nations are still dependent on aid to do anything, whether it's healthcare, food, whatever. How we could be independent for 30 years and we can't find a way to be self-sufficient? So how can we do that? It don't make no sense.
Exactly. It makes no sense. And it goes back to the question you asked earlier with regard to the International Monetary Fund. Name one country that has been able to wean itself and stand on its own 2 feet. A clear indication that you can't do it. You're not allowed to do it. Well, in my humble opinion. Go ahead, Mr.
Look at the Sahel states. Look at the Sahel states. Look at the development they have made in the last 2 years with the so-called military juntas in power. All right. Go back to Sankara in 1983, who was able to be self-sufficient and feed the same Burkina Faso in less than 3 years. So what are you talking about? We can't do it. Why are we still dependent on aid from America or anywhere else to take care of our people, be it medical, food, or anything else? It makes absolutely no sense. You understand? It's time we get away from this stupid aid thing. Aid don't do anything to anybody. Just keep you dependent and poor forever. Find ways to solve our problems and to feed ourselves, to take care of our people, to develop our infrastructure and all the stuff like that. This aid thing is nonsense. Scrap it. Scrap all. Let us suffer until we find solutions.
But Mr. President, can't the entire continent come together and create their own solutions, work together to improve their own systems and create an equitable and sustainable future? Can't they do it together?
Well, we can do it. The thing is that there are selfish people that is at the top who are backed by external forces, more or less, to ensure that Africa remains fragmented. And it's time that we realize that, listen, the solutions from the West in solving nothing, because it's not solutions. They've been solutions for the last 50, 60 years. The UN and this organization has been in territories, right, as peacekeepers for 30 years. And the same amount of killing is still going on. So what peace do we have? Scrap everything, look internally, find viable solutions. Take a page from the Sahel states, see what they're doing, see the direction they're moving in. And if every African country start moving in this direction, we will see the need to collaborate some more, just the way these 3 countries are collaborating and doing stuff. Imagine what would happen if Africa decided to do that. I mean, come on. It's a no-brainer. But we have to get rid of the greedy ones because they won't leave on their own.
That's an important piece of the puzzle. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, and what I don't like about this aid thing is that, you look historically, like everywhere you go and aid, like America, whether it's England, give aid to countries. Like shortly after you receive the aid, like certain industry in those countries just fall apart. So you have to sign documents, right? My biggest concern now we see the progress. Like, we have been talking about the whole chocolate thing with cocoa farming in Ghana and in Cote d'Ivoire and those places, right?
Mm-hmm.
The last thing we want now is some aid to get into Ghana and some president or foreign affairs minister or whatever sign some papers giving 100 years on the chocolate industry back to the same people that we're trying to get away from. And those are the type of things that come with aid. Like when you receive it, you sign over manufacturing, you sign over that, okay, you guys have to take 1 billion whatever a rice or flour or sugar every year. That's a part of the agreement.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't want nobody signing aid and then all of a sudden all the progress that were made in the past 10 years, all of that is just like up in the air. So no.
All right.
You suffer until you can figure it out on your own.
I think there are very bright minds over there. Very bright minds over there. They can figure. As a matter of fact, they know what to do. It's just a matter of getting it done. That's all it is. Getting it done. Putting greed to the side. And like I said earlier in the show, I swear there is a school where every single government official and politician go to. They call them have to abide by the same rules, come out and display the same behaviors, no matter what country it is. Corruption, greed, selfishness. They can do right by their people, but they choose not to. They get comfortable, right? Mm-hmm. And their one said them go and digress and do something different. Lot of problem. They become the problem. All right. All right. It is time for Black History Moment, our Black History Moment. And this one, the Caribbean's impact on global Black history. And let me go ahead and pin this one on YouTube. Thank you to everyone here with me on our YouTube Live. Thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, and MadMusicHouse.com. And of course, a big thank you to my fan base family, my fan base support system. All right, so the Caribbean's impact on global Black history. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. As we celebrate Black History Month, it's essential to recognize the Caribbean's profound contributions to global Black history. From revolutionaries who fought for freedom to pioneers who shattered racial barriers, the region has been home to individuals and movements that reshaped the world. Whether leading the first successful slave revolt, redefining political leadership, or challenging beauty standards, the region has left an enduring legacy that continues to inspire. Here are 5 powerful ways the Caribbean has left its mark on Black history through revolution, politics, literature, beauty, and healthcare. First up, Janelle Commission, Breaking Beauty Barriers. In 1977, Janelle Commission of Trinidad and Tobago made history as the first Black woman crowned Miss Universe. Born in Port of Spain, she migrated to the United States at 13 before returning to Trinidad. Her groundbreaking victory challenged conventional beauty standards and spotlighted the importance of diversity and representation on a global stage. During her reign, she was an advocate for Black rights and world peace. Commission was awarded the Trinity Cross, the country's highest award, in 1977. In 2017, Queen Street, located in the capital of Port of Spain, was renamed to Queen Janelle Commission Street in tribute to her 1977 Miss Universe win. Number 2, the Haitian Revolution, a turning point in history. Haiti's fight for independence, culminating in 1804, established it as the first free Black republic in the Western Hemisphere. Led by visionaries like Toussaint Louverture and Jean-Jacques Dessalines, the revolution dismantled colonial rule and ignited movements for freedom across the Americas, redefining the course of history. Number 3, Shirley Chisholm, a political trailblazer. Born to Barbadian and Guyanese parents, Shirley Chisholm shattered barriers in U.S. politics. In 1968, she became the first Black woman elected to Congress, championing education and women's rights. In 1972, she made history again as the first Black woman to seek a major party's nomination for U.S. president, paving the way for future generations. Number 4, Claude McKay, the literary voice of resistance. Jamaican-born poet and writer Claude McKay was a driving force in the Harlem Renaissance. His powerful works, including the iconic poem If We Must Die, captured the struggles and resilience of Black communities. His influence on literature and activism continues to resonate today. And fifth, but definitely not least, Mary Seacole, the forgotten nurse who changed history. Born in Jamaica in 1805, Mary Seacole was a pioneering nurse who provided care to British soldiers during the Crimean War. Despite facing racial discrimination, she established the British Hotel near the front lines, offering medical aid and comfort to the wounded. Though overlooked in her time, she is now celebrated as a trailblazer in nursing, and there is also a hall named after her at the University of West Indies Mona campus, the Mary Seacole Hall. From politics to literature, beauty to revolution, these Caribbean icons have shaped the world in profound ways, proving that the region's impact on history is both powerful and enduring. And that was our Black History Moment. All right. So now it's time for stories out of North America. 19 minutes before the top of the hour. Gonna take a quick break, both here on YouTube Live and on internet radio, and we will be right back. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. So, stories out of North America. Let's see what we have first up for you. Justin Trudeau caught on hot mic talking about Trump. And we have a soundbite for this. Let's go ahead and take a listen. Let's see if it will play for us.
Honestly,
okay, it has an ad. I have to let the ad run out first. And unfortunately, I can't skip past the ad. But Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was caught on a hot mic discussing President Trump's threats.
I'd like to see Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection, military protection. Some people say that would be a long shot. If people wanted to play the game right, it would be 100% certain that they'd become a state.
In our world lead, that comment from President Trump prompting a new warning from our neighbors in the north. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau today warning business leaders, quote, "It's a real thing." Let's bring in CNN's Paula Newton. Paula, what more do we know about what Trudeau had to say?
Well, I can tell you that for the last few weeks, really ever since Justin Trudeau met with Donald Trump the first time in November, that he does believe that the president is serious about inviting Canada to become the 51st state. And he wanted to make sure it was on the record that the business leaders there knew what they were up against. I want you to listen now to that moment where Justin Trudeau thought he was off camera, off mic, but he was not listening.
have it in mind that the easiest way to do it is absorb the purchase. And it is a real thing.
A real thing. What does that mean, Jake? It means that the signals that they are getting from the president and his allies is the fact that they believe that there is no win-win when it comes to trading with Canada. They believe it should be win-lose for Canada. They don't even understand why they have to negotiate. The issue here is that Canada has already put up a lot of resources to beef up the border the way Donald Trump had insisted, and yet the Prime Minister is putting everyone in that room on notice. Look, that will not be enough. The president will come back to this again and again and again. Remember, we've got that tariff deadline again on March 1st. The government here trying to figure out, look, what do you want? He wants the people in the room there to understand what they're up against. Someone in the room today told me, look, people are collaborative here. They know they have to stiffen their spines and get ready for this. But suffice to say, everyone very worried about how far the president will take this in the coming months.
I agree. I don't think he knows where to draw the line. I don't think he'll stop. I think he'll be persistent, but it's up to Canada to stand its ground. And in all of this, what's the conversation he's having with the monarchy? Because Canada is a part of the Commonwealth. You know, what does His Majesty King Charles III have to say about this whole fiasco, debacle, ludicrousness that's happening on this side of the world? He's probably just laughing while sipping his tea and eating his crumpets or out and about with his corgis as he goes to his stable.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't do corgis. He rides horses.
So he doesn't have his corgis walking behind him. No bloodhounds if he goes hunting.
Yeah, corgis was Mama's thing.
Oh, that was Mama. Okay.
Yeah, that was Mama's thing. He does horses.
Okay. I mean, they must be laughing at us over here in England.
Well, laughing is one thing, but also another thing is, there's a saying here, which is those who don't study history are bound to make the mistakes of the past. History not only rhymes, it repeats. Where have we seen one great power decided, you know what, another place was going to become part of it, and then only for them to attempt to take such a place and get stuck in snow, 1941, 1942, and get trounced in 1943 at the great battles of Stalingrad. By that, I'm referring to Germany. Germany also saw Russia as wanting to be part of Germany. So this idiot, this photos that you have,
please be respectful.
Thinking,
see, I'm very respectful of Your Majesty. Please be respectful.
Yes, that's why I had to check myself and not get very excited and call him all sorts of names under the sun. And he's getting excited and saying he wants Greenland and he wants Canada. Those idea of territorial grabbing is, Third Reich sort of pronouncements. But yet, as Winston Churchill said, we shall fight them on the beaches and on the sands. We shall never surrender. Yes. So
I mean, can you knock him though? We have been told that, you can live the American dream. So it's his dream.
You mean the American nightmare? Because you guys are living it. Listen, and for some of us that are privy enough to be able to dip in and dip out, because if we take more than 2 weeks, we might actually choke on the stillness of the place. But that said, I mean, see, jokes aside, when Biden was muttering his inaudibles or stumbling or walking, the right were saying this guy was off his rockers, doesn't know what he's saying. But here is a guy who clearly thinks he knows what he's saying, but he's not actually saying anything coherent, but bloody dangerous. And yet people are not checking it. In fact, if anything, we pretending as if this is normal. This is not normal. While he is doing what the clowns will do, and the seals are clapping. His minion is basically dismantling the states. Man, I don't know. Well, hopefully we wake up soon before it's too late. Are you?
I don't know if we're gonna wake up. I don't know if we'll ever wake up. I don't know. But anyway, next article. Go ahead. Somebody else wanted to say something before I move on. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, no, I think this is either like a sideshow, like it's a distraction because they're busy trying to do something else.
Mm-hmm.
So they're using it as a distraction, or it's just a case where, you know, like he's just completely ludicrous, like dumb out of his mind, because they don't really understand.
Can you please respect our president? You can't be calling our president names.
No,
not because you're protected up there in the north. Remember last week, you know, there's a thing that they're trying to table. Yeah, to silence everybody.
Yeah, but as I said, like, you can't be serious, like, because Canada is set up different, right? People don't react. Canada is more like a socialist country. Canada is a socialist country, and you know there are advantages and disadvantages to that. One of the advantages that one of the thing, like our food, where food comes from, is pretty much controlled by about 4 companies, right? By about 4 companies. 3 of those Canadian companies, and like the government already sat down with them. The government had billions of dollars on standby. Some type of emergency fund similar to what they were releasing during COVID. They had a meeting and they have billions of dollars on standby, said that they're going to put out there, because that's one of the things why what's her name resigned, Freeland, the finance minister, because she thought that some of the money that Trudeau was spending shouldn't have spent. He shouldn't have spent it. He should have saved it to fight back when Trump comes in office. So that's why she stepped down. She thought that he was spending too, like, frivolously, like too soon. And so they have money that they have on standby. And what they said, like, in 3 months, they are going to source food from Europe. Like a lot of stuff that they got from America, they would get it from Europe and other parts of the world. And then after that 3 months, the $120 billion would take effect. The tariff would take effect, and they would instead of going to America for certain things, they would go to Europe and other places worldwide to source other stuff that we need to add to what we have already. And that calculation was like, look, Trump was the one that won an election promising people cheaper food prices. And with that type of strategy, they saw that Canada would get hit, but America would get hit, and that would be like for a year, and we would go into like a recession. Both Canada and America would go into a recession, but they were willing to take that chance than to just sit down and allow Trump to bully. They were willing to take the chance and saying to Canadian people, like, look, things might get more expensive, but we're going to fight back. And America is going to lose eventually, because prices are going to go up at the pump, prices are going to go up at the grocery store, a midterm election is going to come, and Donald Trump is going to lose everything, the Senate and the House. So they were willing to take that move. So I think it's a distraction, honestly, because obviously they got the message why they backed down. Because just imagine if one premier in Canada was able to pull 95 million or $1 billion worth of alcohol off the shelf in one night. One premier had that power to do that. The other premier didn't follow. The other premier from the different province and territory didn't follow. But this one premier in Ontario, like he so kind of got so riled up that he got the contract with Elon Musk Starlink, and he ripped it to shreds. And he said, like, look, 6 o'clock, we're going to pull every American alcohol off the shelf. I don't care. one person was able to do that. So yeah, they don't realize the power, what they're dealing with.
What they're dealing with, indeed. All right. Thank you, James. All right. Next up in stories out of North America, Trump administration to cut. Hold on a second. Let me make sure I have the right thing here. North America. Yeah. Trump administration to cut billions from overheads in biomedical research. Really? Is that what we want to do? I don't know. Let's get into this one. Article courtesy of BBC.com. President Donald Trump's administration has announced it will slash billions of dollars from overheads in grants for biomedical research as a part of broader cost-saving measures. A move some scientists say will stifle scientific advancements. Okay, China, take the lead, China. Away with it, China. Just run, China. Yeah, get them donkey lens now, China. In a statement on Friday, the National Institutes of Health, NIH, said it would cut grants for indirect costs related to research, such as buildings, utilities, and equipment. The United States should have the best medical research in the world, NIH said in its announcement. It is accordingly vital to ensure that as many funds as possible go towards direct scientific research costs rather than administrative overhead. The agency estimated that the cuts, which go into effect on Monday, would save $4 billion. The NIH said on Friday that it would cap the rates grants pay for indirect research costs at 15%, half of the current average rate of 30%. Elon Musk, the leader of the newly formed Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, an unofficial cost-cutting group that Trump has given leeway to slash government spending, has claimed some universities were spending above that 30%. Can you believe that universities with tens of billions in endowments were siphoning off 60% of research award money for overhead? Well, that's what he wrote on X. What a ripoff. Who is going to give us the details of all his contracts? Please and thank you. Oh, I forgot. We can't say anything bad about Elon Musk. I'm sorry, I forgot. Meanwhile, scientists have voiced concerns that the cuts will impact vital medical research. The Association of American Medical Colleges said the government's prior support of indirect facilities and administrative costs allows medical research to happen. The move will diminish the nation's research capacity, slowing scientific progress and depriving patients, families, and communities across the country of new treatments, diagnostics, and preventative interventions. I don't think we have a problem. Cut it, cut it, cut it, cut. Just keep cutting. Cut every damn thing if you ask me. We'll be fine. We'll be okay. Why do we need scientific research? Why do we need the buildings that the scientific research needs to be done in? Why do we need those big buildings? We don't need those buildings. We don't need to keep the lights on and the water running. Just cut every damn thing. Cut it all. Got it all, please. Thank you, Elon. Thank you for helping to save us, the taxpayers, some money. But my question still stands. How about your contracts? What are the contracts? Anybody has a list of government contracts that Elon Musk has and that he benefits from? Anybody has those? Has an itemized list and to the tune of how much money per contract? Do we have that? Because while we're gutting, we might as well gut every damn thing.
You can't gut every damn thing. You have to keep certain ones for His Majesty. Oh, by the way, Americans said they didn't want a king. They actually went to war on the basis of the Boston Tea Party. But fast forward 2025, all hail the king. All hail the king. But the wrong one. Yeah, 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes.
All right. So that being said, I want to say a big thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play, JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. Thank you so much for having tuned in to Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. I invite you to join us on YouTube. Join the YouTube Live. Just search for YouTube Coffee in Tow on the YouTube channel, or you can go to www.coffeeintow.com to watch the live show. And again, do not forget to subscribe, comment, like, and share. All right, so this is where we come to the end of the live stream. For our internet radio listeners, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. We will be back with you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern. Until then, take care. And we are done on air. Let me just make sure we are officially off air. Thank you for your patience, fan base and YouTube. Let me just make sure before we continue that we are off air. Okay, and it's loading, and it's loading, and it's loading. We have a little delay here, so bear with me, folks. Okay. All right, so yeah, back to this one. Trump administration to cut billions from overheads in biomedical research. What are your thoughts on that? I say got everything. What are your thoughts? And I'm being very sarcastic when I say that.
No, I mean, when you got the basis of human development and you claim to be America first and what have you, the basis of science is you reach one point, and then someone comes along and says, okay, in light of modern day discovery, I think we can still go a step further and a step further.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you choose to want to gut that. The one for me, along the lines of this gutting thing, is the Department of Education. The Department of Education in the United States. I mean, oh my God.
Got it all out. Got it out. Get rid of it.
Yeah, and I'll keep going back to this.
And I need education. What we need education for?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, just come to Coffee until we'll teach you what we can.
And founded during the Department of Education was founded during Carter years, Jimmy Carter.
Mm-hmm.
And why? Jimmy Carter, being a teacher, felt at least there has to be a standard that everybody's aspiring to.
Mm-hmm.
And it's no coincidence that the most underperforming states in the entire union are Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Kentucky. What's the other one in the bottom five?
Oklahoma not in that list too?
Oklahoma, yeah. There is, I mean, majority of those red states, most of them are underperforming to the point where now that was supposed to be the department that set the standard that, listen, this is what you aspire to. Now you're getting that. So the I just don't know what you're talking about, sir. Is that what you?
The less intelligent you are, the more we like you.
Yeah, but then the thing about power is he did say, I like the uneducated.
He did. He said he insulted them and they still voted for him.
Yeah, but the reason they say that is it goes back to the thing. And a population that is less informed is easily malleable. You can ask them to do so many things because they won't question you. Because they don't even know better. Why would they even question you? But I will end with this one. Oh my God, I don't even know how to say it. But I'll say it anyway. When what's his name? The Khmer Rouge came into power in the 1960s, 70s in Cambodia. Do you know the first thing they did? They destroyed books. In fact, they went after anyone that had an education. and kill them all. Doctors, teachers, lawyers. Why? They even burnt books. The moment you start taking books off the shelf, you're no different from that. Again, it goes back to the Third Reich in Germany. That was the thing they did in the second month. I mean, we've not even entered the second month. We're in day 20. Day 20. Day 20. Are you?
Yeah, you know, it is what it is. In other stories out of North America, Adesoji, U.S. Treasury made $100 billion payment to individuals without ID. That's according to Elon Musk. This article can be found on MSN.com. So, Elon Musk, leader of the Department of Government Efficiency, said he was told that there is about $100 billion annual payment of entitlements to individuals without a social security number or even a temporary identity number. Musk made this known in a statement through his X account on Saturday, clarifying what Doge team and U.S. Treasury have jointly agreed on in the past few days. Recall that Doge, backed by U.S. President Donald Trump, swung into action to cut costs across agencies, including the U.S. Treasury Department and the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID. Explaining Doge's efforts at the Treasury Department, Musk said, yesterday, being Friday, I was told that there are currently over $100 billion per year of entitlement payments to individuals with no SSN or even a temporary ID number. If accurate, this is extremely suspicious. When I asked if anyone at Treasury had a rough guess for what percentage of that number is unequivocal and obvious fraud, the consensus in the room was about half. So, $50 billion per year or $1 billion per week. This is utterly insane and must be addressed immediately. This comes as Doge is pushing for access to U.S. Treasury Department payment records. As of the earlier hours of Saturday, U.S. District Judge Paul Engelmeyer blocked Doge from accessing the personal financial data of millions of Americans in Treasury Department records. Recently, Doge dismantled USAID, affecting all but roughly 600 members of its 10,000 plus staff around the world who were placed on leave. Now, I take this article with a grain of salt, and here is why. Where's the information? All you have done is set off fireworks, but I need more details. Where are these people? Are these people in the country, out the country? Which country? What's their nationality?
Who's the auditor? Where's the receipts?
Thank you. Thank you, Jack. And I'm glad you brought up auditor, because what is interesting is that as you're moving through the various government departments, we're taking programmers, but not auditors. I would think you'd want auditors to go through with a fine-tooth comb, but no, we're taking programmers. And if the information is read only, why programmers?
And how would you get up to the idea that 100 billion was paid out to people who didn't have IDs? How did you know that?
Thank you. I find it very suspicious. There is something else going, and they're just giving us this. They're using this as a front. This is my humble opinion, because this article is empty.
Fake news.
Thank you.
This is spreading fake news.
This is for the clapping seals.
See, and then you know what's interesting is we have so many people on social media holding on to this. See, I knew something was going wrong. I knew it. I knew this. I knew that. And I'm like, shut the heck up. It's not a Democrat thing, because, you know, see if we forget the power of the purse lies in who? Congress, which consists of who? Republicans and Democrats. Both.
Getting excited over numbers of paper clips in the office.
Thank you. And let us not forget that prior to the Trump administration going in office in January, even though President Biden was at the helm, who controlled Congress? What was the majority? Wasn't it majority Republicans?
Republicans.
Thank you. So miss me with this.
And you want me to believe that all of a sudden the USAID that was there during Reagan's government, during Clinton's government, during George Bush first and second, Papa and son Bush, during Barack Obama, and during his first tenure, is all of a sudden very wasteful. Wow. Wow.
You see, Adesoji, all of this to me, in my opinion, is a distraction. Why? So that nobody will ask, okay, so what's up with the Musk contracts? What's up with those government contracts? We're seeing everything else. We're hearing about everything else, but we're not hearing about those contracts. And nobody's asking about those contracts. Nobody's talking about those contracts. Instead, we're focused on the Department of Education, the Treasury, the this, the that, the what have you.
For me, this is the point that gets me. Human beings cannot impact government, but government can impact human beings. When you have all of that power and you just sort of throw out one lash, that power is so cutting that it would literally destroy so many things. That USAID with the one, what was it that went missing in Jamaica? What was it?
1.5 million US.
Oh gosh. Oh God, I can't believe we're talking about.
No, it didn't go missing. It didn't go missing. We just can't tell you.
Okay, we can't. Yeah. The favorite word in Jamaica, it's unaccounted for. But that is the thing we're focusing on. But yet you're losing sight of the fact that, like I said earlier, people rely on this aid in certain parts of the world for no fault of theirs.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up. No fault of theirs, but the fault of who?
Of the same United States. Of meddling. That all of a sudden, they were supposed to get 2 months supply of their needed drugs and won't be getting it. So first and foremost, you don't even know where the drugs is coming from. And if it's anything that kills people more, it's the worrying. So imagine. So this idiot just going around talking, I don't even know who is listening to him. And he's not even asking him questions. Why is Congress not dragging him before to come and answer? Because he's not above the law. He is still answerable as part of the executive through the legislature, which is the first article of government. I yield.
He's above the law, clearly Adesoji. I mean, I don't even know anymore what is and what isn't. I just exist in the space. That's pretty much what it is. Nothing should shock us anymore, right?
Okay, there is one more thing I wanted to say. The right to bear arms says what? What does it say?
I don't know, because I can't bear.
Okay, so the right to bear arms in the United States says the reason the thing is codified in the Constitution.
Javed should know this one. Josh should know this one.
Yeah, Javed goes, she wears a gun and a holster as well, so she should be able to tell us. She's based in Texas. It is how they dress.
That's how they roll.
Because you can't go out without a gun, you're underdressed. You know.
No, I mean, doesn't it protect your right to having weapons so you can protect yourselves, your right and your property?
Yes.
Okay.
But also it says so that you can protect yourself against the tyranny of the state.
Right. Oh yeah, that part. Okay.
Is that not the part we're living in right now? The state is basically operating underneath tyranny. So when are the people of the United States going to rise up?
Oh, we're quiet. I mean, we are quiet. And it's so funny because others are asking, where is the African American community? Where are the people of color? Why are they not joining with them? No. We're tired. We're kind of tired. We're exhausted. We've been carrying too many bags. We are no longer the bag lady. We have put the bags down. We are resting and relaxing. Y'all go on ahead and handle it. That's all we're saying right now. All right, next up, it is our business and tech segment. Oh boy, let me tell you something. It gets worse. Back of sorry, I'm so sorry. Business and tech news. How could I forget? Business and tech. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. First up in our business and tech segment, Bank of America gives CEO Brian Moynihan, I think is how it's pronounced, Moynihan, a 21% raise. Bank of America customers, what's up? Y'all okay with that? According to WSJ.com, the Wall Street Journal, Bank of America said Friday that it paid its chief executive. Excuse me, I got choked on this. Hold on there. I need a sip of water. Who can guess how much he got paid last year to run the bank? Anybody want to take a wild guess?
Say about what bank? What bank?
Bank of America. Are you not going to Google it?
No, it will be around. It will be around 23, 24 million because the Barclays guy got about how much was it? 27 or so. Yeah. So, Bob. Yeah.
Okay, so you're wrong. Next, who wants to take a go at it?
Oh, is that the one for his golf subscription?
Anybody else want to take a guess at how much he got paid in 2024 for running the bank?
I'm going to say 42 million.
No, you got too high. You're too high. Lower.
2.3 million.
No, you're in la la land. Wake up. Adesoji was closer to the number, but higher. One more chance. Okay.
32 million.
35 million to be exact. Y'all could not win on Prices Right. Bank of America said,
but moment, I'm not too far. 40 is not too far from that.
You went over. When you got over, you know, win the prize. So Brian Moynihan got $35 million for running the bank in 2024. That's a 21% jump from his compensation in 2023, which totaled $29 million freaking dollars. Bank of America said its board of directors decided to boost his pay because the bank outperformed its competitors and saw its share price increase 30% in 2024. I want to ask a question. The person who cleans the floors, when I talk entry level, when I talk about teller any entry level position, the person that clean the floor in a Bank of America, how much you get paid?
Isn't that the same Bank of America that just lost a lawsuit for overdraft fees and for swindling people money?
Thank you. But
because of the way it was applied.
Thank you. Adapt them taking the money though.
But that's even though they have the expense of paying people back for theft, they still what's the word they use?
Outperformed.
They still outperform. They don't take that into account.
Because in settlements they make a profit. It's like the Enquirer. Remember the time the Enquirer used to print bogus stories? The celebrity would sue them. Mm-hmm. They would settle out of court, but they would still make a profit, knowing that the story is bogus. It's the same thing. They're not paying back everything. They take if they get that money, for instance, right, and they invest those money over a 2-3 year period. Even if the court tell them they have to pay back the money they take, what about the return on those investments? You think they're paying it back? Please.
Please, indeed.
A quick question.
No. You don't question our pockets over.
I don't I don't do people's talk. I like talk business. Is there any share option in that?
Well, Moynihan's pay bump,
Yeah,
mirrors that of other big bank chief executives. Goldman Sachs, their CEO, David Solomon, was given a 26% pay increase. JP Morgan Chase CEO, Jamie Dimon, got an 8% raise for 2024. I hope you remember. Remember when I said I don't believe in the stock market? Remember I said that?
So you mean
I don't believe in the stock market because when them come up and tell you, say, the market fail or the stocks drop and everything, how is it that they're able to still outperform and be able to pay their executives to the tune of $29 million? And you, who out of your paycheck every month for 401k investment, your 401k struggle for even break $10,000, but yet, and you're left holding the bag if there's a the stock market doesn't do well, but yet they can outperform to pay. Let me tell you something, man. Them are ramp with poor people. But anyway,
So hold
let
on.
me shut up.
So are you saying Jamie and Solomon got paid more than him?
Yes.
Whoa. And then we need to speak to HR.
Of course, Jamie will get paid more than him. That's bad. That's JP Morgan.
Oh, that's true. Okay. I'll see Jamie and we'll talk on the golf course.
You said me say certain things people don't like here. But anyway, next article. American brands that are owned by other countries. Now we're going to listen to the video and then we're going to do the fact checking because I did the research yesterday.
These are American brands now owned by other countries. 7-Eleven is technically a Japanese company since 2005, which makes sense since the US just has 9,000 stores, while Japan...
And yes, 7-Eleven is owned by a Japanese holding company.
has 21,500. Canada owns Popeyes, Burger King, and ironically, American Apparel. The Texas...
So let's stop right there. Popeyes. No, Popeyes is not Canadian owned, but it is a subsidiary of Restaurant Brands International, RBI, which is a Canadian American company. Burger King. It's also a subsidiary of the Restaurant Brands International, which is a Canadian American company. Next.
based oil company Citgo is actually owned by the Venezuelan government.
So, fact check. It is a majority-owned PDVSA, a state-owned company of the Venezuelan government. Although, due to U.S. sanctions in 2019, they can no longer economically benefit from Citgo. BS on that. Yeah, Citgo is Venezuelan-owned by the Venezuelan government. Next.
And Budweiser from Missouri is now owned by Anheuser-Busch in Belgium.
And Budweiser Beer, yes, a Belgian company, acquired Anheuser-Busch in 2008. The acquisition created Anheuser-Busch InBev, the world's largest brewer.
Dr. Pepper, Trader Joe's, Panera, and Krispy Kreme are all owned by German companies. One of them...
And that is true. Yes, the Riemann family, who are German, own Keurig Dr. Pepper, which includes the Dr. Pepper brand. Trader Joe's. Yep, that too is owned by the German company Aldi Nord since 1979. And yeah, they own Aldi. Panera Bread. Panera Bread is owned by JAB Holding Company, a German-owned company. And who owns that company? The Riemann family of Germany owns the JAB Holding Company. And yes, you love your Krispy Kreme donuts. That family also owns well-known consumer brand Krispy Kreme. Anyway, Keurig Dr. Pepper and Panera Bread say their Nazi ancestors used slave labor during World War II. Let's keep it moving.
Being Aldi, which owns Trader Joe's. Dutch car company Stellantis owns Chrysler, Jeep, and Dodge, brands that many people would consider very American.
So, who are the owners? Exor, the Vanguard Group, UBS, and Tiger Management.
And speaking of Chrysler, the Chrysler building in New York is owned by an Austrian company. Now,
so fact check on that one. No, the Chrysler building in New York City is not owned by an Austrian company. but it was previously co-owned by an Austrian real estate company.
This one's tragic, but Ben & Jerry's, Vaseline, Popsicle, and Hellmann's Mayo are all owned by Unilever, making
Fact, yes, Unilever owns Ben & Jerry's. Unilever acquired the Vermont-based ice cream company in 2000. And yes, they also own Vaseline. They purchased Vaseline in 1987 from the Cheeseboro Manufacturing Company. And Popsicle, get a second, in 1989. Good Humor, now a subsidiary of Unilever, bought the U.S. rights to the Popsicle brand from Gold Bond and folded the U.S. operations of Popsicle Industries into Good Humor Breyers division. Now, Hellmann's, yep. Hellmann's, that mayonnaise we all love, is also owned by Unilever. And who is Unilever? Unilever is a British multinational company. It was founded in London in 1929 by merging Lever Brothers, a British soap company, with Margarine Uni, a Dutch margarine company, and Unilever is headquartered in London, England.
them British. Yeah, I know. And just to name a few, Chinese companies own IBM PCs, General Electric Appliances, Hoover Vacuums, Forbes Magazine, and Milwaukee Tools.
And let us do some fact checking on that as well. So IBM, Chinese company Lenovo, acquired IBM's personal computer business, but IBM remains a separate company headquartered in the United States and is not owned by a Chinese entity. General Electric. No, a Chinese company does not own the entirety, not all of it, just some of it, of General Electric. But the Chinese company Haier Group owns the GE Appliances division, which was sold off by GE in 2016, meaning that while a part of the GE brand is owned by a Chinese company, the main GE company is not. So stop worrying, folks. Hoover Vacuums. Yep, you like to keep your houses clean. Hoover Vacuums are currently owned by a Hong Kong-based company called Tektronix Industries, which is considered a Chinese company as it is headquartered in Hong Kong, meaning a company based in China effectively owns your Hoover Vacuums. And Forbes Magazine. As of 2014, Forbes Magazine is owned by a Hong Kong-based investment group called Integrated Whale Media Investments, which is considered to have ties to China, meaning a company based in China effectively controls Forbes. However, recent news indicates that a US-based billionaire, Austin Russell, has acquired a majority stake in Forbes, removing Chinese ownership. That's what they want you to think. Milwaukee Tools. No, Milwaukee Tool is not a Chinese company, but it is owned by a Hong Kong-based company. So what do we own here in the US? Anything? Anything at all? Everything seems to be overseas. So how are we to make America great again? Are we going to see to it that all these companies bring their operations to the US and be owned by US citizens only?
Moment. Can you do some fact check and see who owns Trump Tower?
Interesting, right? So you see the foolishness that they parade in front of us, make America great again? Look at all those companies. Who would have thought? General Electric, Milwaukee for tools, right? Forbes magazine that so many people want to be on the cover of. Hoover Vacuums. Hoover Vacuums, folks. Hoover Vacuums. IBM. IBM has been in this country forever. And them think them slick. Oh, not in full, but a little piece.
It is so. These are American brands.
Sorry. Funny. I'm laughing. Huh? Burger King. Popeyes. Panera Bread. And they're proud to let you know the history about the company. The family that owns these companies. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? So who is going to present this information to the White House?
Isn't Hoover a past president?
Hoover.
Is it the Hoover or is it the same thing?
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I come to think of it. Herbert
Yeah,
Hoover.
Hoover, yeah.
Herbert Hoover. Yeah.
So they're selling the president's names?
You know, you have me here on YouTube, James. Who owns what? Trump. They're owned and operated by the Trump Organization. So who owns the Trump Organization? The Trump Organization is an American privately owned conglomerate owned by Trump. It does have 250 affiliates and subsidiaries using the Trump name. But anyway. No, but Geely, down here, they're full down here in Florida. Panera Bread, yeah, they stay busy down here in Florida. Probably up in New York, them empty up there. But folks, so you see, when they're busy talking about make America great again, I would like the MAGA folk to ask questions. Truly ask questions about all the companies in this country. The companies that we pull up to every day. A lot of our money is going overseas.
You want the poorly educated to ask questions.
The very China. Say it for me, Adesoji, China. The very China. Okay, that we want to take TikTok from because they're a security threat. Yet, Milwaukee Tools, owned by a Hong Kong-based company, Forbes magazine, owned by a Hong Kong-based investment group, Hoover Vacuums, owned by a Hong Kong-based company, which is considered a Chinese company, General Electric, the Chinese, they have a portion of it, IBM, the Lenovo acquired the personal computer business, right? We have a problem with China.
Moments, maybe you guys need to check your vacuum. Maybe it's sucking up all information from America.
Citgo. This one is, but there's another one. Is it Valero Gas? I think it's owned by a South American country too. Yeah, but Citgo, not the same Venezuela. Is it this? Not Venezuela. We like Venezuela. Is which country we not like? Down there in South America.
It's Venezuela, you don't say.
But yet, how many Citgo gas stations we have in this country? Oh, 7-Eleven, owned by a Japanese holding company. Look at that. Popeyes, Burger King.
A nation of consumers.
So what's the plan to make America great again? So just as we're insisting that TikTok sells to a U.S. person, can we, while we're at it, ask that 7-Eleven be sold to a U.S. person, that Popeyes, Restaurant Brands International sever its ties, no more Canadian, it needs to be just an American company? Can we ask that Citgo, the Venezuelan government, let it go? Can we ask the Belgian company Anheuser, whatever you want to pronounce it, let go of Budweiser, we need it back? Can we ask the German family, the Ryman family, to let go of Dr. Pepper, Trader Joe's, Panera Bread, Krispy Kreme? Can we ask the owners of Stellantis, who manufacture Chrysler, Jeep, and Dodge, to let it go? Can we ask the Austrian real estate company, whatever shares you have in the Chrysler building, let that go? Can we ask Unilever out of London to let go Ben & Jerry's, let go Vaseline, let go Popsicle, let go Hellmann's? Let it go. Let go their shirt. We need them to be U.S. owned only companies because we want to make America great again.
You can't ask for something back that you gave away or you stole.
the hypocrisy. But then again, we love the poorly educated because they won't know this. And even if you put it in front of them, they're going to dismiss it. They're going to excuse it. How do we make America great again? Coming up tomorrow on Coffee and Toe in our business and tech segment, is sending cash in the mail legal? And here's what the U.S. Postal Service has to say. Also, gold, checks, and Confederate money. Postal Service supervisor pleads guilty to $300,000 mail theft. MAIL. Yes, we have that coming up tomorrow in our business and tech segment, brought to you by Grant Coffee House. From our farms to your cups, log on to grantcoffeehouse.com to purchase your coffee today. I'm laughing. Yes,
what's the difference between mail theft or man thief?
Next up.
Put James in timeout. Timeout, James.
We need the laughter. We need the laughter. So remember making slide. We need the laughter. We need the laughter because at this point we are blatantly hypocritical. We are all hypocrites.
As a British national here, I can say
You over there benefiting off a Unilever.
You're not hypocrite.
Go back in time. Go back in time. We don't want to hear it.
We don't want to hear them neither.
The Unilever area, you can consider us to be part British. We used to be one, so I can talk about the others, but come on, British, yeah.
We don't want to hear from Adesoji. We don't want to hear from James, right? Leave us alone. Let us be. Stop making a mockery of us. And you both are cousins, clearly, because you're both owned by the monarchy. So let us be.
How is it in the land of the poorly educated?
But at least I will say this: if you are a Canadian citizen, you can get up to university level education free. If you are a British citizen, your child gets from birth up until 18 years of age. They get £80 every month.
Free medical service.
Free medical. Shut. Don't rub it.
Mama, you have to get rid of the Commonwealth people in here, you know?
We don't associate with the Commonwealth people. Them think them better than we are, Mr. President. Them looking down at us, snobbing at us. It's okay. James and Adesoji. Yeah.
You could buy into the British train.
Mr. President, put them in the go. Put them down in the audience, please and thank you. We don't want them on the stage with me because they might get too much now. Show offs. Big set of show offs.
I'll move James down.
And you have to move Adesoji. You can't move one and not move the other. Move them both. Both of them
I can't move Soji. I can't move
Soji.
No,
well, we're not moving James. They both have to go. We now leave the two of them up here because the two of them belong to the crown. Me not like one, me not like two.
I mean, you see the crown is infiltrating your management structure. They dive in your mods.
You notice that is that them doing it. Remember, Mr. President, that's how they went around.
You
and
made me spit out
world.
my soup. You made me spit out my soup. That's not right. That's not right at all.
You see what AT said? I'm almost the size of Oregon. It's almost the size of Oregon looking down at us. Look, yeah. I don't know what going on to the business. Both Canada and the UK, we don't like y'all right now. Probably
Rule Britannia. Da, 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 da.
Okay, if you start singing, I am going to have to put you down in the go.
Time for Health and Science News. Our Health and Science News is brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. as I'm saying that for Lormel Skin Food. All right, folks, let's be serious for our health and science segment. This one we have a oh, I thought there was an audio for this. No, there's no audio for this. I have to read this one. This one comes to us courtesy of npr.org. NIH announces new funding policy that rattles medical researchers. So let's get into this one. Load up, load up. Okay, here we go. The National Institutes of Health is capping an important kind of funding for medical research. I think this one ties into the one we read earlier, no? But just as a reminder for anyone who missed it, the National Institutes of Health is capping an important kind of funding for medical research at universities, medical schools, research hospitals, and other scientific institutions. In the latest step by the Trump administration affecting scientific research, the NIH says the agency is limiting funding for indirect costs to 15% of grants. That's far below what many institutions have been getting to maintain buildings and equipment and pay support staff and other overhead expenses. For example, Harvard receives 68% and Yale gets 67%, according to the NIH. Harvard and Yale, okay. The NIH says the new policy, which marks a major change in how the agency funds research, is more in line with what private foundations pay. Most private foundations that fund research provide substantially lower indirect costs than the federal government, and universities readily accept grants from these foundations. That's according to the NIH in a notification that was released on Friday announcing the change. Although cognizant that grant recipients, particularly new or inexperienced organizations, use grant funds to cover indirect costs like overhead, NIH is obligated to carefully steward grant awards to ensure taxpayer dollars are used in ways that benefit the American people and improve their quality of life. The NIH says the change will apply to both current and future grants, and even suggests the new policy would apply retroactively. But in response to questions on Saturday, the Health and Human Services Department, which oversees NIH, told NPR that while HHS does have the authority to make these changes retrospective for current grants and require grantees to return the excess overhead they have previously received, officials have currently chosen not to do so to ease the implementation of the new rate. But we will continue to assess this policy's choice and whether it is in the best interest of the American taxpayer. So NIH spent more than $35 billion in 2023, that fiscal year, on nearly 50,000 grants. And those grants went out to more than 300,000 researchers at more than 2,500 universities, medical schools, and other research institutions in the US. That's according to the agency, and this includes $9 billion for indirect costs. So here are my thoughts on this real quick, right? I personally would prefer if the NIH was funding these studies, the government funded studies versus private entities. And the reason why I'm saying that, private entities, especially if you talk about the food, those companies that are involved in food and pharmaceuticals, I believe that they can somehow sway the outcome of a study, a test. And here I'm going to use this to back up my feeling. Remember a couple weeks ago, they spoke about the amount of lead that was in baby food. Remember, they spoke about the amount of toxic chemicals that are involved in women's hygiene products. Remember those articles more recently? And also, there was something else that came up from the Food and Drug Administration, that their red dye, that was another thing. And so that's why I say that, Adesoji. I saw your emoji. You go ahead. Go ahead, Adesoji.
Okay. Again, sometimes we sort of get captured by what is before us, the dangling of the carrot. But we don't see that the carrot has a hook on it. And once you bite on that carrot, you know what's going to happen to your throat. Your entrails are actually going to come out. And in this way, it's a way of defunding those schools. You remember when the Gaza debacle happened? When all those private funders said we're going to pool our money from those schools. Those schools continued. Why? Because they were guaranteed government funding. The money coming from those foundations was just a bonus. But now you're pushing those people into the arms of the very people who will then decide what sort of research you can do. Removing the common cloak in all universities, which is the freedom to study anything. So you see, again, I love the poorly educated. Hey, I yield.
Moments, there are some things that has to stay in the government hands. Anything that is for the public and is for a common good, you cannot outsource to private for-profit entities. For-profit entities are beholden to their shareholders. And capitalism, as we see today, is based on one thing: profits, 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 profit. How do you cut profit?
Is it me or is it I guess it's me. I lost contact with fan base. Bear with me, YouTube Live, while I get back into fan base. Bear with me. Okay, here we go. Mr. President, I got kicked out. My apologies. I got kicked out.
Viewed. There are some things that cannot be viewed in a profit-making structure. Simply. There you go.
I wasn't able to hear what you said, Mr. President. Unfortunately, we got kicked out. So I know, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you if you could sum it up, because our listeners on YouTube Live were not able to hear either.
Now, I was saying that there are some services that are for the public good that cannot be outsourced to private for-profit companies, because private for-profit companies has one mandate. They're beholden to their shareholders, and the key in this capitalist structure is to make profit.
Yeah.
And sometimes you do not get the best out of a research or development, whatever it is, if it is based on profit. Some things has to stay in the government hand, because it's not everything has to be about profit. Bottom line.
Exactly. Exactly. I agree 100%. I think they need to revise this, pump the brakes on it, and think about the society at large and the implications that this move can have. Right? It's kind of like what they do with some sporting events, right? Even with horse racing, where I can go into the stable and pay the jockey to pull up the horse so that my stable wins. Or stable owners amongst themselves, have back-end deals. So you will be there betting your money when you go to place your bets on these horses, and you wonder, what the heck? I did my research. I know that the horse out of Adesoji's stables doesn't run well when it's raining. But yet, here it is, bright sunshine when it's favorable, more favorable. And when I look at the history of the other horse had some issues. How then did Adesoji's horse win or lose, right? Think about that. It happens, folks.
Yeah, but you can bet on my horses, the Argentine thoroughbreds.
You like those racist horses?
No moments. They're from the King's stable.
Thank you very
Watch your
much.
language.
We also have some Arabian mares as well.
I rather the Arabian horses. Thank you.
Very
They're more
black,
regal.
very black and lovely.
They're very regal. I love them. And, a horse must stand up like a horse.
Hello?
I love those.
Okay.
Okay,
You
let
were
me get back
saying?
to it. Let me get back to it.
Thank you very much.
Stop horsing around.
Exactly. Okay.
If you
There's
ever
nothing-
if you ever have the opportunity to connect the
Yes.
horse, do it. Please.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, seriously. When I was younger, I used to go down to Chaka Cove stables before Chaka Cove is what it is today. And yeah, I had the chance to be in the stables. It was so nice. They're
Do you used to
gentle,
do you used
gentle
to do you used to
creatures.
do you used to ride? I mean the horse.
You know what? We
Okay.
are still live. We're still, we're still oh no, it's not good. But I don't have no. Are we done with this one? So we can move on. Are we done? We're done, right? That was our health and science. Go ahead.
No, some fun facts. You know that New Kingston was a racehorse track?
Yes, Caymanas Park. Caymanas Park. That I know that one very well.
No, New Kingston, not Caymanas.
No, and I'm telling you, it was named Caymanas.
Before it moved.
Yes, I know that one very well.
Oh, she's a
But was that before your time, Moments? That was
It
like
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
14?
It doesn't
You're so
matter.
rude.
It doesn't matter. I know that history very well, and I'll just leave that one right there.
She said she used to ride.
Yeah. Horses. She knows her way around the stable as well. Ooh, okay. Throw over the stirrups, yes.
That was before it was divvied up. And people were invited.
Pause.
Yeah. So anyway, that was our health and segment brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com, LAURMEL, Lormel Skin Food, for a natural, beautiful you. All right, next up, lifestyle. We have a you know what? When I have my mind in the wrong place, I cannot do it. I would like to put James tomorrow. We are not bringing James and Adesoji up on the stage. They are a distraction. They're not good for our mental state.
Unfortunately, if I put all five of you in time or this show would stop.
5 of you, so that mean me have to go down the toe. I must what did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm here behaving myself.
Don't worry, we could do the show from the good.
I thought I was being good at 2 shoes. You see how me get in trouble? Guilty by association. Your parents warn you, you know. Careful who you hang out with.
Hanging me the key word.
Listen, I'm done with it. All right, let's go ahead and listen to this one. Lifestyle. From Michelin-worthy mansions to all-inclusive beach getaways. Me can't read. All right, you know what? Okay, I gotta get it together. I do apologize for the disruption and the distraction, folks. Forgive me, but let me get back on track. Jana, butter with the eyes, because you're one of them. You are one of them, just so the butter with the eyes. Okay, it is time for our lifestyle segment. Let me be serious now. So we have an audio bit for this one. Interesting, and I learned something new. And I was glad to stumble upon this one, and even more because we're celebrating Black History Month, right? So let's take a listen. And the article is titled From Michelin-Worthy Mansions to All-Inclusive Beach Getaways. These Black-owned hotels belong on your list. Let's take a listen.
Some of the most incredible hotels in the world are Black-owned. And if you are looking for unique stays where you can support Black-owned businesses, then these need to be on your radar. Porfora, the modern travel agency where we can book your trips and get you the VIP perks you deserve. And these stays range from city escapes to beachfront getaways. First up is a hotel in Baltimore owned by power couple Eddie and Sylvia Brown. It's the Ivy Hotel, and it was just awarded 2 Michelin keys, which is a huge deal in the hotel world. It's like the equivalent of a restaurant getting Michelin stars. It's so easy to see why. It's a former mansion turned elegant hotel with touches like 4-post beds. Definitely recommend ordering the lemon souffle pancakes in the lush courtyard. Everything is homemade at the restaurant Magdalena, from the fresh baked bread to the buttermilk fried catfish. These next two go hand in hand because they're both owned by the same hotelier, BET co-founder and hospitality extraordinaire Sheila Johnson. First is her original concept, Salamander Resort and Spa in Middleburg, Virginia. This is a charming, sophisticated resort set on 340 acres of manicured grounds. It has a holistic spa, multiple restaurants, and endless activities on site, from horseback riding to archery. Make time to visit the quaint town of Middleburg while you're there, or visit a nearby winery. The Salamander, Washington, D.C. is another one of her hits. This one used to be a Mandarin Oriental hotel, and Sheila has totally reimagined it. First of all, it's in a prime location on the Potomac near the National Mall, and its restaurant is headed by Kwame Onwuachi of Tatiana fame. If you watch Chef's Table on Netflix, you know. For the men, you will love this. The hotel has a grooming lounge by Groom Guy, another Black-owned business where you can get a trim, sipping a coffee or a custom mocktail in a vintage leather chair. There's some great ones internationally as well. Firstly, the Postcard Perfect Spice Island Beach Resort in Grenada. For my all-inclusive lovers, your stay in one of their 64 luxe villas is all-inclusive. It was founded by Sir Royston Hopkin, whose family still owns and operates the resort to this day. Staying on the beach theme, Blue Apple Beach in Colombia. This one's founded by Portia Hart, a British Trinidadian who flew to Colombia for a trip and then just never went home. She founded it in 2016 as a beach club meets boutique hotel. It's laid back and warm, but also a great place to party. They also live by a sustainable ethos here, so the food is locally sourced and they are solar powered and zero waste. We also have so many amazing Black travel advisors who work at our agency. So if you want to work with someone who specializes in Black travel, or you just want to support them as travel entrepreneurs, you can indicate that on your trip survey when you reach out to book with us. Their specialties are so diverse. In fact, we've actually asked a few of them to share recs and their favorite destinations with us here on TikTok. So make sure you stay tuned for that.
All right. And if you want to check them out, Fora Travel. That's Fora. Yeah. What pick it?
What's what's the one with the 4-post beds?
Isn't that a colonial thing? Having a 4-poster bed, isn't that a colonial thing?
Well, it's just that needs are must, if you know what I'm saying.
There's a lot you can do with a 4-poster bed on Adesoji.
Hello.
I don't know. I just said, I simply made a say. There's a lot you can do with a 4-poster bed. For example, you can spread a net over a 4-poster bed.
Yeah,
to
mosquito
prevent
net. Mosquito net. Let's stick to the mosquito nets.
Spread being the key word. Hello.
We can put, you can decorate it with drapery if you want to have that Venetian style.
It's called a canopy.
Thank you.
Put being the key word there. So spread, put.
Right. So come on. You all need to get your minds right. All of you need to get your minds right. Father, forgive them, for they have sinned.
Does it come with drapes that have ties that we can,
I'm sure that you can pull back the drapery and tie them to the posters, right? To give it that grandeur feel. Yeah, you pull them and you tie them to the poster.
Hello?
You pull the drapery back,
okay,
or you pull the netting back so that you tie them. Listen to me, all of you. Time out. Watch this now. You see, down there, so you go. You down there, so you go. You down there, so you go. We have moved the bad behavior crew. We have purged the space, folks. We have purged the space. Now we'll be able to carry on the show with some amount of decorum. But guess what? we are at the end of the show. So Jaya can't bring them back up. We are at the end of the show. YouTube, thank you so much for joining us for the YouTube live. We will be back with you tomorrow morning at we will be back with you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Excuse the bad behavior here as we are on Fanbase. All right, thank you so much. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and leave a comment. And we bid you goodbye. See you tomorrow. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.